it's,
You guys will go ahead and start, and I'll go ahead and get them in a minute.
Okay. Annual Budget Committee is back from recess this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's see. So we were going through the book yesterday, and Monday, and we were going through the clerk, and we couldn't remember on voting machines. So I think that's what we wanted to ask some questions on.
okay,
About $500,000 worth of voting machines.
yes.
So we were curious if, with no election next year, I think that was the question, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why we needed to purchase them in 2021. And I'm sure you probably told us, but can you tell us again?
Sure. In order to get everything programmed and ready to go for the next election, it's imperative that we get the machines in, get them all programmed, and they are unreplaceable, and they are no longer in existence. We can't even get parts for them anymore. We thought on an off year, it would be better to go ahead and purchase the machines so that we would have them in and ready to go for the 2022 election, so that we're not in January of 2022 fumbling around trying to get the budget in and get everything going for those machines. It takes a long time to get everything programmed. It takes a lot of manpower and a lot of just to get everything programmed. I'm not a computer programmer, but I know the hours that they have to spend to get them ready. And it's not just our staff, it's RBM that we purchase them from. By 2022, if we waited and we don't have them yet by 2022, we are not going to have enough machines to pull off a decent size election. Our machines are going down every time we have an election. We had 10 that went down this time. Some of them were able to be repaired, some of them weren't. And like I said, we are no longer able to get the parts to fix those anymore. They're obsolete.
Leona, do you know how do these machines operate? Did you see them work?
We did. They came and did a presentation for us, and there were several of us that were in that presentation. And of course, it's like any other computer. They're great out of the box at first. They're going to be up to speed, up to the newest standards that they have for voting equipment. They're very, very easy to use, a lot simpler. All the technology moves forward, obviously.
And then you get a paper receipt after you
Yes.
vote?
Yes.
And this is no ink, that's the,
No ink is the e-poll books.
okay, what kind of
That's-
machines are these?
They're the e-poll books. They're now no ink and the voting machines are two
Two
separate
different things.
things.
What's the brand of the machines? Do you know?
Unison.
Unison.
Yeah, it's Unison. It's through RBM, same as what we have went through the past
Do they
several
work about
years.
the same way? I mean, do they look about the same?
They're all encased in one case, though. I mean, we have to take everything out of the cases and set it up on the voting booths and all of that. These are all in a case where
You just
everything.
open it up and
You
it's
just
in
open
there?
it up and it's ready to go. It will alleviate having to do like little thumb drives for each and every one. You only have to do one. You don't have to do.
And they're all
14.
programmed after you
Right,
set
they're
up
all
one?
programmed the same, and it's, the technology is so much better than what they had 7 or 8 years ago. And, go ahead, Joyce.
Certified.
Yeah, they're certified by the state, and,
A higher security standard.
Is anybody else in Indiana using those
Mhm.
now?
St. Joe's County, I believe, and there's another,
Vanderbilt's putting them in this.
yeah, this fall. They're actually doing them this fall for
And
the
they'll
presidential
be using them,
election.
well, they'll use them as soon as they
Right.
start voting.
Right.
Called Freedom, but
And then you get a receipt when you vote.
Mhm.
Okay.
still get a paper ballot.
You think you'll make it through this
Of
fall
course
with
we
those
will.
rascals you got?
Of course we will. We'll
She
do
said,
fine.
smiling.
You know, we will absolutely do what we have to do to, you know, get through. And the other thing about the new machines, and I know I talked to you guys about this before, but we still have 164,000 in this year's budget that we can use towards
Next year.
those machines.
And they come in a case.
Yep.
And then you set them up
Yep.
on,
Yep, I wish we would have had one to show you, but they, of course, you know, they don't let us keep them, but
well, that's stingy.
it's, yeah, imagine that. But no, it's a lot simpler. It's gonna make the training easier for the poll workers. It's gonna be easier all the way through.
And then those printers for the no inks, tell me about those.
Those are the e-poll books, and they are also, I don't know how to say it.
They're very similar to what we've been using, where you, it's like a tablet.
Mhm. Flips.
But the no inks, it's a handheld tab. So it's a little easier for the poll worker to hand it to the vote to let them sign.
And if someone's in a wheelchair or something like that, you can actually just take it
Take it
to
around
them
to them.
and make
How
it
many of those will we be getting?
55, I think, 55 of those. And the difference with those is right now we have to use 2 separate printers. With the no ink, we only have to use one. So it alleviates, you know, the deal of having to switch out the printers for election day. We'll go to election day. We won't have to actually do that. The machine, all we have to do is tell it it's gonna, and then it'll switch it automatically to
Just give it the
election.
command.
It's time consuming.
And then what kind of warranty do they have on the
I
elections?
think that they have, they're under our contract, they would be, I think for 1 year, you know, and then of course anything that happens, some parts are for 5 to 10 years. It's like buying a car, you know, you only have a warranty for so much time, and then, or a washer and
then you can
dryer.
extend it if you,
Right, it depends what part you have to replace.
Right now, Unison's making more of those for
Mhm.
the Freedom, but for the other guys, they're not.
Right, right. Well,
one of the concerns brought up yesterday was the warranty, that if you buy this in a non-election year, that by the time you get to when you're actually using the warranty will expire.
I'm sure that we have a really good relationship with RBM. Dan McGinnis would, I'm sure, give us the first full year that we're actually using them.
So we get it online?
Yes,
Could we get that in writing?
yes, yes, I will definitely get that in writing for you.
And then, so what you've requested is 502,000 for equipment, voting equipment, and you had said that you have 164,000 remaining in this year's budget.
Yes,
Choose to apply it. So that reduces the request to 338 of 2021 money.
right,
Is that, so
That is
I just wanna
correct.
make sure I'm on the.
yes, that is correct.
That doesn't include
But that
the-
doesn't include no wing.
I just took it out of,
Just for-
knowing was in, that was in the equipment new line.
Right,
I just took it out of the voting equipment
Okay.
line.
May I ask another question or a couple of questions about timing,
Sure.
Council President Morris? I'm looking at a quote from RBM from, I guess, for 2019 for the budget, when they're quoting on their, what looks like support for elections. They mention 72 days of support, and the list of things that's included there are on-site project management, ballot layout and coding, pre-election hardware test, and election day support. What I'm interested in is a couple of things about the ballot layout and coding. Is that the work that you're referring to, that you want to have done well ahead of time on these machines, on these new machines?
I'm not sure.
No, because we wouldn't know what's gonna
We
be
wouldn't know
on the
what the
ballot
ballot-
for 2020.
Okay,
Right.
so what programming is necessary of a pre-delivered, kind of a standard machine?
They have to program everything for legal count. You know, it has to show that it's a count ballot, you know, all of that has to be programmed into the machine. It also has to set up votes and
And what's the time for that? What's the days, what are the days for that work?
I don't know. I know when they come twice a year and do preventative maintenance, that that's a long process.
Okay.
At least, technically.
Would it be possible to arrange with them, were we not to make this purchase now, but save it for next year? Would it be possible, do we have a relationship with them such that we could schedule that time, given that we have, because you're trying to work toward the primary in 2022, right? Not way out in November. So would it be possible, do you think, depending on how long that work takes, to arrange ahead of time with them to do that work early in 22, to kind of know that they'll be on tap to do that in that relatively short period of time?
Well, we have to remember that our liaison does other counties as well.
That's why I'm asking.
And other states, not
That's
just
why
the
I'm
state
asking.
of Indiana.
So I want to make sure that, I would like to know how long that programming takes. If it's a week, one could say that perhaps if we prearrange with them, even now, to schedule their time, given that we're going to make a large purchase at the beginning of that year, it seems like perhaps it's possible, but we'd want to make sure of that from a timing perspective. And if we've got a good relationship with them, perhaps we could do that. So I'm interested in how much time it takes to do that initial programming in elapsed time, and then whether they think they could commit to doing that January, February of, with however much lead time you all need. And then with the election coding, the specific election ballot coding in mind, if they could pull all that off from January to when you all need to be ready and testing for the primary.
Right.
We also have to allow time for our staff
Sure,
to learn the machine.
Sure.
inside out.
that's right,
And that's a long process because it's not part of it.
right.
So trying to fit that in.
I think if we could,
Plus ordering, I don't know how long it takes once we order.
Right.
to actually receive the machines.
Right, so I think, again, with that intervening year, which does sound like a long time, and, you know, we lose maybe some warranty depending on which part they might agree to cover for a year. It might be good, I think, from a council perspective, to know what that elapsed time is for those kinds of activities. That really does confirm, if you will, or demonstrate that it can't just start January of 2022. It would be good to see what those steps are, kind of laid down from y'all's perspective. Thank you.
Anything else you guys can think of we know?
Not that I can think of. Do you think of anything else?
Is there any other
Jim,
questions?
do you think of anything?
Have we taken up, this is another fund, I think, but did we take up any questions related to the personnel request? Did y'all take those up on Monday?
We haven't done any of that yet.
Okay, so that's still to come. Okay, all right, thank you.
Well, personnel requests would have to do with this, these machines, right?
There was a relation, I think, made between some of that, at least the RBM piece.
Right.
Mhm.
Where's
It
it- where is-
would cut out some of our production managers' days, project managers' days. If we had someone in-house that could do a lot of that,
Do
of
you-
what he does.
Do you know how much that would affect?
I don't know just off the top of my head,
Okay.
but I'm sure that, you know, we can put our heads together and come up with some sort of,
The reason I want to be specific about that is that the justification on the position description and on the request is different from what Mr. Newman described when he was before the Personnel Committee as a justification. He stated, I believe, solely that the justification for that position was to eliminate consulting hours.
some of them, not all of them.
And there were no specifics given in that conversation. So I think now it would be
They
important.
charge us $14.95 a day, $1,495 a day for
Right.
every day that we have that project manager here. He is here somewhere between 72 and 75 days per election.
Well, but
So-
but your quote for that year,
Well, for next year, we don't have any production days because
Right.
we don't have an election.
right, but the quote for RBM services for what seems like 2019 or 2020, when we did have an election, had those 72 days in it, but it also included a lot of included the coding and testing. So
Right,
again,
all
it's,
that is included in what they charge us. They
Oh,
charge
right.
us a array of different
right, but
fees.
I guess my point is, with all of those other activities included in their quote for 72 days, it seems like the project management is a portion of that time, not the whole 72 days at $1,475 a day. So I'm interested in what portion of that, if the justification for the election director is to reduce project management days or time, then what proportion of those 72 days is project management? So, because it doesn't seem like it's the full thing, because there are 3 or 4 other activities
Right.
that they do
But the
in
oth-
that total.
The other thing that you need to keep in mind is our person in-house would be able to do more election work throughout the entire year and alleviate our employees from having to take 2 to 3 months twice a year,
And,
basically.
and if I may ask on that point, and this is a question I've had from people in the community, can you differentiate for me what is the clerk's job compared to what's in that election director position?
Well, the election director position would do nothing but election work. They would be working in the absentee voter office throughout, trying to get all of that stuff, not, plus including,
It's every aspect of the election, from equipment to applications to ballots
And,
to personnel,
and who does that work now?
all of us.
all of us.
And what is the price of y'all doing that work?
Our regular salaries. We don't get paid anything additional.
But you are able to do that work now?
At the cost of our regular,
Right, sure. But you're able to do it now
it takes about 10 of us.
during the course of your workday.
It takes probably, to get everything ready for an election, it takes, right now, we have already started our weekly meetings. And there's always 6 to 8 of us at those election meetings every
Sure.
single week.
So what work is not getting done because you all are doing the election work? Is if you're able,
Anything that comes in, if we have to take someone out of the main office, then they're not able to do marriage licenses, they're not able to work the queues, they're not able to get the work done that the attorneys send in. It's not just as simple as saying, okay, well, this group of people is going to work just on election, and this group of people is going to work in the courts and in the main office. And
So that's why you
AV.
guys are staying overtime.
And that's why we have so much overtime.
okay,
during
so
election time.
I'm sorry to be so, but in the position justification, it stated that there's overtime.
There's a lot of overtime.
So that would be a number that would be of interest to compare to the cost of hiring a new position, but we haven't seen that number.
Okay.
So I'm a little confused, and I'm sorry. That was how the request read that came to the Personnel Committee. When Mr. Newman came and spoke to the Personnel Committee, he only gave the justification of eliminating consulting hours, but gave us no numbers, but seemed to indicate that there was a match. But when now the justification initially seems to be that you all are doing this work instead of other things that you should be doing. So forgive me, we've had 3 different justifications for that position. So I would ask that by the time we have the actual vote next week, that there be a clear representation of why we need this position that fixes on either one of those or some combination of those that weighs against the cost of this position. For example, if y'all could fit in this work without any adjustment to your time or any loss of service on other things that you do, we wouldn't necessarily be justified, or we would think about that carefully. You might have some benefits also that you would be trying to achieve, and those would be important too. But if it's all about cost alleviation, it would be nice to have a more specific and sort of kind of detailed view. It's not going to be exact,
Right.
but something that you all can give us that sort of fixes on what you hope to get, because we've had 3 different explanations, none of which had really specifics about cost reduction or anything. It was just a statement. So if you could provide that, that would be great.
And by when next week?
When are we going to take up when would we need to have that to make a final decision? Is that next week or is that by October?
Well, you adopt the budget October 1st.
So we could still make decisions in that intervening time based on new information that we get?
September 8th is the first read.
Okay. So what does that mean? How would you answer the question they just asked?
I mean, I would assume that you're gonna want to start determining how you wanna move forward with payroll and things like that, which is you're gonna need to know what position. So, yeah, if you could today's the 26th. Even if you could get it to us by the end of next week, so
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Calissa.
That's, I don't have any.
One other thing I wanted to mention is we need to remember there could be a special election next year. We always have to be ready for that.
Okay, great, great thought, great point. Thank you.
We might have a referendum from the
Yes.
school board.
So,
that
So-
means they get to pay for the voting equipment.
I'm sorry.
That means they get to pay for the voting equipment.
Well, they would pay a portion probably.
It's a percentage.
Oh.
It's just a percent.
And I do have another question. I want to say last time, did you not do, maybe you weren't here, did you do a lease on the equipment?
No, we actually, when we came in 2017, they had paid half of it in 16, and then we paid the rest of it in 17. So it was like they broke it into two payments. One was,
15.
well, 15 and 16.
But see,
Did we
you
start in
started-
16? Okay, yeah, this is 20, so, yeah, so
So
they,
that equipment was purchased in 15?
it was purchased in 15, paid for half of it in 15, and then we paid, and I'm sure that RBM would do that again too, if so need.
Maybe that was the equipment the time before that, that seemed like they broke it down over
That I don't know.
multiple years. Yeah, we leased one set.
That was when we were with ES&S.
Oh, is that what that was?
That was before
That was
me.
way back.
That was,
I know one of them we leased.
that was before my time.
Is that a conversation y'all could have with them before? Okay,
I can
That'd
get
be
that in
great.
writing with the other. Yeah. Right. Sure. Right.
okay, so RBM, right? RBM is current supplier. They've let their machines, they've forced everybody that had their old machines into buying new machines, not just us.
Right, it's everybody. Anybody that's got our the same
Yeah.
type of machines that we have, they're obsolete and they're not made.
Across the country.
It's Unison.
Yeah, Unison is the company. RBM gets the product from Unison, and they're out of California, I believe.
They're not on fire, are they?
No, I hope not. I feel so
Wouldn't that
bad
be
for
awful?
those people.
Isn't that
It's
hideous? I
awful.
cannot imagine.
Me either.
Think how lucky we are to be where we are. Everybody thinks, oh, I wish I were in California. I wish I were in New Orleans. I'm so grateful we're
No,
not.
me either.
So Unison is selling new machines all over the country.
Yes.
I can't remember exactly what the discussion is when we bought those other machines, but I think one of the things that we're trying to drill down to is running an election, the cost of running an election.
Sure.
Machines are a fixed cost. So, as far as you know, you've got a couple of counties that are going with the new machines. They're in a different stage or whatever. Some of the other counties probably are in a different stage, maybe have different suppliers. We've got $164,000 that we can apply towards this $500,000. We can do that, you think?
Yes.
Okay.
We haven't used the money in the budget for the new equipment. We had anticipated getting some new machines when we did budget last year. And then we were kind of holding off. See, there's really no sense in buying half. Half isn't going to do anything. So we decided that it would be better to get all the machines at one time instead of getting some of them now and some of them later, and then the warranties are going to be different, and the use will be different. And honestly, it'd be way confusing for the consumer, for the voter to come in at one voting center and they've got the new votes, or Freedom votes, and then the other ones have the OBIs. So it would just be really, really confusing for the public to try to do it that way.
All right. And our person comes in from Unison, RBM, at $14.95 a day, 72 days, is $107,640. So that's a cost that we have for each and every election, probably, primary,
Except for the off year.
primary and general.
That's for the whole year.
So $230,000 a year fees.
Isn't it? Or is it just one? Okay, that is probably total.
That's total.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
all right.
it's
Now
30
double
some.
check that.
Primary
But it
and
sounds like
general.
total, yeah.
Okay.
And I know on the contract that I sent you guys, they didn't have any project dates on the one for
Right.
21.
All right. And you, and the office currently spends, you think you get sidetracked 2 to 3 months for 10 people or 6 to 8 people?
Oh, and then we
So-
have to use some of our regular clerks, our deputy clerks. We have to take them, a lot of times we have to take two or, well, last election, we were taking 4 people, 2 out of the courts and 2 out of the main office for a period of an entire week, if not more. It was a lot more than that, but just for absentee voting. And then we've got, if we don't have enough poll workers, we have to send our staff to work the polls as well.
Yeah.
During early voting. If somebody calls and can't come in or whatever, then we have to send somebody. We don't have a choice. So then that leaves us shorthanded, in the office to do whatever needs to be done there.
Well, personal observation, I don't like the screens on the machines very well. But that will be changing with new machines, but I've liked them since since Davey bought them. And the other thing is, but I think the elections have gone very well. So, any questions that have come up have been answered promptly and adequately. So I think that the elections have been run very well.
Thank you.
So, well, that's just personal observation. And so I'm trying to think here, when we get down to this, how one new person is going to replace 10 people for 2 to 3 months. So,
Well, it wouldn't replace all of those people, but it would help a great deal.
so they'd coordinate the
Exactly.
election
Yes.
and pull from your staff, probably.
Yes. If we had one person to quarterback the whole thing, instead of Joyce doing some of it, me doing some of it, some of the other supervisors doing some of it. And then things get confusing, and we're not sure if the left hand knows what the right hand's doing. We have to go back and check.
Yeah.
Make sure
That's why
that,
we have repeat.
yes.
Okay. Yeah. And I think the only other thing I've got is, you mentioned something about state approved. So I know the Secretary of State has been working diligently on making sure that there's no
Yes.
hacking
Yes,
or
we are in
interference
constant
with
contact with the
the
Secretary of
elections.
State.
I mean, standard procedure, but seems like they've been on it.
They have to be certified by the state, and the state has hired Ball State, and they call it VSTOP. and that's the certification program. And it is months to get certified. And it's all listed on the Secretary of State's website, which vendors are certified, and we have to keep track of that.
I think that I onlined a couple of those. I can't remember what they call, but a couple of those things with the Secretary of State. It was good, but it was boring.
There.
At any rate, but it looked like they were getting the job done, which is what is the bottom line. Okay.
And the
May I- may I-
bottom line, excuse me, the bottom line is that even with all the certifications, the Chinese make the component parts for all the voting
Isn't that
machines. So
crazy?
go to bed at night and dream about that.
Yeah, right.
Thank you, Councilwoman Wager.
You get a lot of rest this week, Lisa.
May I ask one more question? With regard to the coordination of the election and the time it takes out of y'all's time to do that, and the need to have one person that's sort of overseeing all, for those periods of time, which I completely understand, and how confusing, and there's risk in that confusion, right? So I understand y'all's desire to have, a person doing that. Help me understand what is the clerk's role in that work, so that the clerk cannot be that quarterback that you referred to? Why can it not be the clerk's role to do that coordination and that organization?
I would just say it's full time. We need somebody full time as an election director. They can't stop and go take care of a state called meeting. They can't stop and go help in the main office or in bookkeeping or in one of the courts, or go out to the warehouse and pull records. The clerk is overseeing all of that and helping when needed.
Okay.
So, to have the clerk be the full-time election director, it couldn't be.
Well, right, okay.
Do you understand?
Right, but I mean, y'all aren't doing the full job. You're taking time out of your jobs to do that. I just, I'm, I guess, asking to be educated on the role of and activities of the clerk, and you don't have to do that in detail, but I just was interested to know, and it's just educating me on whether that person, as the lead of the office, could be that quarterback to coordinate all of those activities. And that was my question. Okay,
At the moment, he's overseeing all of it.
right,
We all report to him,
right.
but we each have our jobs that we have to get
Oh, sure.
done, whether it's election or other work.
Right, I understand. And then there's overtime and that sort of thing.
Right.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
In reviewing your election, budget, and you may have answered this when you were in, but I just wanted to ask again. You have several lines that have increases: computer supplies, office supplies, licenses. I understand licenses, maybe advertising. This is all for a non-election year. So is that in the event that you have a special election?
Because we do have to be prepared.
But you're expecting for a special election that it'll cost more than what you've done
I think
for
in
a primary
preparation,
and a general election.
but on a non-election year, we can also be getting prepared for the next primary.
Printing?
Well, possibly, if, depending on, like, we had these signs made that just say, vote early, and yard signs, whatever. We've had other things that we've tried to prepare ahead of time for, now some of advertising, I think that you need to, think that is trying to include keeping RJL on board. You know, which if we drop them as our PR, basically, and this is something that the clerk's office has never done before. I mean, this is, doing PR has never been done at Fayette County before, trying to get the voters to vote. So the last couple of years especially, we have worked real hard and diligently trying to get the word out. It's important to vote. It's important to have your voice heard. So we don't want to take a year and let people sit on their laurels, you know, for a year. We have to continue
They can
that
still
process.
register.
They can still register to vote. They can, you know, we need to make sure they're
If they
changing
move
their
and so on.
addresses. Even, you know, and even though that's part of voters registration's job, they don't do that. So,
And code will change. You know, every January 1st, every July 1st, we have code changes. That includes elections. Next year on July 1st, if they change a bunch of code, then we have to catch up all our forms. We have to change procedures and have all that ready.
So RJL is under contract now for that type of advertising? For this
Yes.
election?
yes,
Has that programming started?
yes.
In what form?
Right now, it's social media. They're helping us with flyers. They helped us with press releases in the primary. Every vote, every voice is the logo.
Their PSAs on TV there.
Yes, we did
That's
some
been a very
PSA.
successful program, by the way.
Thank you.
Okay, so back to, so are you anticipating 2 special elections?
It would only be one.
Because, I mean, if you've increased where you were handling 2, a general and a primary in, you know, in
It
2020.
will depend on what the special election is. If it's a school board referendum, there'll be one. If it's a state called special election, it could be 2.
If they have a state called special election, you could
They
have 2
can.
elections.
They can.
Wow. Okay.
It's very rare, but you know, you always have to be ready. It's been a couple months since I read it in code, so I can get back to you on that. I think it's a vacancy, but I'm not positive, so I don't want to say that. Yeah. Public well.
Are those the kind of expenses that could be handled through a budget appropriation request next year if they, this is almost, I think this is a council question. Are those the kinds of expenses that could be handled through a special appropriation?
Additional appropriation?
Yeah, next year, if and when such elections occur? Again, that's a procedural question for us. Is that,
Yeah.
okay,
I mean,
okay, thank you, just to clarify.
Okay. All right, so you guys are gonna get back to us on, maybe, where some of this
Yes.
for a person, election person,
Yes.
would,
And Melissa, you just want us to send that information? to
transfer
you?
money at
Yeah.
least or whatever.
that's fine. And I also, I mean, I think it would be a good idea to look at that and
Okay.
to see if you can fine tune some of your other numbers.
Sure, absolutely.
Our number, at some point I get the question asked, how much it costs per vote to cast a vote?
Oh.
And,
So,
I know. So, well, okay. So,
you can get it?
no, I don't have to have that. I'm just saying,
Simple.
I think that would be
uh,
wonderful. I think that would be wonderful.
Divided by
to
how many
have.
people that
Yeah.
voted.
Yeah,
I
I've
think
done it
people-
years ago and it was scary.
It
I'm
is
sure.
scary. It
And
is
I'm like,
very scary.
holy,
Democracy is not
That's why
cheap.
we want more voters
Well,
to get out there.
but it does make the vote per vote cost cheaper.
Yes.
More voters, reduce the cost.
Sure.
Well, it doesn't reduce.
And I think education
Cost
of
per
the
voter.
voters, you know, that's really important because so many people are so misinformed in so many directions. They believe what they hear and what they read on the internet and on Facebook,
That's
and
not
that is
true.
so incorrect. Most of the information that they get is so incorrect. If they would
You're
just
kidding. It's not true.
just come one cycle. All you need is one cycle. Come into our office just for one cycle and see how chaotic everything is from the time we get there to the time we go home when we're working an election. It is unbelievable.
I would think that one of the things you'd want to dispel is that if they register to vote, they're going to get called for jury duty. They're going to
Yeah.
get this. I mean, there's all these. They think that kicks something off, and all of a sudden they're going to get caught on.
Same reason they don't fill out their census.
Really. And I saw on the news last night, only 7% has done.
That's terrible.
That's awful.
That is bad. Well,
There again,
I-
people just dump it
Not
on
plugged in.
yeah.
I have no more questions for you, Cal.
Lisa?
I'm good.
anything?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Right. Yep.
But I think
I'm thinking fill a congressional seat. That might be a special election. If called within
But they
60
have to have
days.
two.
I know about
I mean,
that.
I would think that would.
I think it occurs on,
Does it only be
when I
one?
worked in the Secretary of State's office, I believe that was if it falls on an off year, it has to be called within
Right.
60 days to take.
I
Could be wrong, but that's correct.
So, by the end of next week, we can have the cost analysis of an election director. Is that what we're looking at?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And then everything else.
Yes, and everything else.
I know Joyce has been
And
making
everything
notes
you can
furiously.
Sorry.
Yes. Yes,
All
she's
right.
been taking notes, so we'll get it all to
Yeah.
That would be-
Well, there's a couple of things. One is you guys do something else besides just elections. And so, and the other thing is no matter what the county does or the council does, there's more. It seems like one of those areas that with the automation and reduction of voting places that perhaps you start to reduce the cost per vote, I guess, to run an election. But that doesn't seem to have been the case. So that's the way it is. And with and again, the elections have been run well, and the things that might have come up have been handled in a good fashion. So I think everyone's at the end, when the dust settles after the election, questions have been answered. So I guess it's money well spent. So yeah. Okay. That's all we need now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks for coming in this morning. Okay. So we've got line items for supplies and et cetera.
Then they're gonna get back.
All right. So we're not gonna take that up and make any adjustments in those currently.
I did.
the supplies and what have you. We're not gonna make any adjustments in it until they get back to us.
No, we'll
Okay.
wait, yeah.
All right,
You've got Rob Roberts in here.
yeah,
I think he came first.
okay.
Because we did have a couple of questions. I did talk to him, but
Okay, Mr. Deputy Prosecutor, thank you for coming by this morning.
you want to start with, adult protective services. If you remember, there were some questions about the vehicle and his budget. Then you kind of look. There's also an increase in gasoline, travel expenses, and vehicles.
You want around here where you can see it? Or do you don't have it memorized, do you?
I've got a pretty vague recollection of it. I think I'll be okay
Sit
though.
over there next to Vicki.
I'm
See it.
just wondering what questions you might have. I talked with Calissa last night, and I think what ultimately happened was, as far as the vehicles are concerned, the budget was put together prior to the lease that we entered into on the current vehicles. The first payments on those vehicles were done in May of this year, and prior to that, the quote that we had was higher than the $300 a month lease on the vehicles that Brendan Kearns was able to help our APS director negotiate and get those vehicles. So I think that's why that was at a higher level, but I think the amount that it needs to be is $10,800. Is that what we
And
discussed,
then-
Calissa?
Yes, and then the other thing was that you were potentially going to get your another vehicle included in your grant, but that didn't happen.
Right, there was some discussion about the possibility of that happening as well, but that has not taken place. In fact, they tried to take approximately a little over $13,000 out of our funding for the 2020-2021 fiscal year, even though the state operates on the 2-year budget process and they had the exact same amount of money. Needless to say, there was a fight over that, and I believe what I indicated to them was I was not going to go to my council and ask them to pay an additional $13,000 because you're wanting to take money away. If that's going to happen, my recommendation will be that Vigo County no longer is the hub county for adult protective services in this area, and let Mr. Modison make that decision. Ultimately, they came back and restored the original amount of funding. So.
Interesting.
10-8. This is a discussion yesterday evening.
Okay.
And that is sufficient. They have 3 vehicles at $300 a month, so
That will cover exactly what.
All right.
you know how long the lease is?
3 years.
3 years? Okay. So 20 should be done with those in 22
Okay.
sometime.
Well, sounds like you guys been working on it.
And then the other thing was travel expenses. You went from 0 to 2,000.
One of the things, as the state has gotten more involved in the processes of adult protective services, they are mandating that they go to trainings. That was supposed to begin this year. Of course, that came in after the budget process last year, so I couldn't have anticipated for 2020's budget. But that's why we put that in there. They want them to be going to at least 2 trainings, and they're offering trainings, I think, about 4 times a year right now. So, or they planned on it for this year. Let's just say that.
Are they doing them virtual now?
I know they've done a couple 1-hour webinar type things, but not the in-depth trainings that they were looking at. The other aspect that they're working on is a software program for statistics and tracking cases, updating the one that they use that still operates, I believe, in a DOS system from about 1985, maybe. Right? So I anticipate there's going to be additional needs for training once that software is developed. Whether or not that happens next year or the following year, I can't predict at this point.
And then the other questions they had, and then we discussed that yesterday evening.
Gas.
Well, the gasoline did go up in this budget by about $3,000, which I don't know if that was related to the extra vehicle. But halfway through the year this year, which I'm assuming a lot of it has to do with the pandemic, you only spent 110.
Well,
And
yes, that is due to the pandemic. They're not visiting places the way they used to. Unfortunately, it's a balancing act between the safety of the employees and the necessity of going out to visit homes in the 7 different counties that they operate in. So no, they have not. And additionally, part of that time, we've only had 2 investigators instead of 3. We've just recently made an offer, and that open position has been accepted. So.
And then we had discussed this last night in Drug Task Force seized assets. They had questions about the increase for travel expense and registration in that fund.
The Drug Task Force has had additional people placed with the division. In the past, they had 1 detective from the Sheriff's Office and 3 detectives from the Terre Haute Police Department. Currently, they have an additional detective from each of those departments that's been added in, and there's also a member of the Indiana State Police that's working with them closely on a regular basis. So that's the reason for the request for an increase in travel and expenses for them. They typically go to 1 conference each year. It's just the Indiana statewide conference, or occasionally if it's nearby and it's not going to be too expensive, they'll go to a national conference. This year, the intent was for them to go to the national conference, which was supposed to be down in Louisville. Like most conferences, that was canceled, but that's the primary reason for that increase, is just the increase in the number of people working with that division.
And I have one other question. This comes up every year, and you know how you're doing on your procedures, because this is dependent on your procedures. And a lot of times when you look at your revenue, you don't have a steady stream. It's
Correct.
Usually, but how are they going?
They're doing fine.
Okay.
One thing that was very interesting when the pandemic first hit was the fact that the supply of methamphetamine that normally comes out of Mexico dwindled very dramatically. And so the price of methamphetamine shot back up to levels that was consistent with about 10 or 12 years ago, which is much higher than what it's been in the last couple of years. So the demand is there. The supply is going to find the demand, and that the money is still a part of that. So I haven't seen any significant change in their income as I have in some of our other revenue streams.
May I ask, I think it's a follow-up to that question. Mr. Roberts, what sort of data, information, metrics could you provide to us about the activities of that task force? And not today necessarily, but y'all must keep data on number of cases, disposition of cases, overall, something about outcomes or impact to assess the effectiveness or just the activities of that group. Do y'all have those?
I've previously provided to this court the data involving the number of cases coming out of our drug task force. If you'll remember, I provided 4 different graphs, one showing our major violent crimes, one showing our drug task force activities, one showing our OVWI cases, and one showing our increase in domestic violence cases. And in those graphs, it showed that if you compare the last 6 years over the last year and a half, year and a half when I provided them, 2 years now, the number of drug task force cases have almost doubled over the previous 6 years of activity in that division. Again, part of that's an increase in manpower, part of that's just an increase in the activity of that they've been able to catch and bring to us to file charges on. So, so the number of cases has been provided. As far as disposition of cases, I don't know exactly what you mean by that, because that can take many different aspects. That can mean how many were offered plea agreements, how many accepted plea agreements, what sentences they received, how much jail time they received, how much probation time they received. Was that done through our office? Was that done through the courts? I mean, there's a lot of different things that could entail. And frankly, I don't know that it's necessarily, I mean, if there's something specific that you wanted, I would do my best to provide that, but I don't know that that data is worth the effort that it would take to compile all of that. I don't know that it's readily available.
Well, I guess I'm interested in that sort of holistic view that seems to be of interest generally these days, in terms of how do those cases go to some form, for example, of treatment? How is that situation, at least an attempt made, an offer of where it's appropriate? I understand it may not be appropriate in all cases because of circumstances with what that person has done, but where there's a tracking through to some kind of treatment and or solution behind the arrest, somewhere in the course of the system processing that suggests that we're trying to keep that person from offending again.
Sure.
And then what we know about how that's working, how we're supporting that person, if you will.
That would not be data that our office has access to. I would encourage you to talk to probation and or the Department of Corrections on that. We don't have that information. I mean, we can make plea offers and encourage people to go to treatment, which we do on almost every case, whether it's treatment at the Department of Corrections or treatment here locally. But I can't tell you.
Okay,
we don't track the outcomes of that probation.
Okay, so maybe if you're requesting specific for you're making a request for what I'm specifically interested in, maybe you just touched on a thing that I would be interested in, which is how do those plea offers, how do those translate perhaps into something that may be treatment, and how does that all look, and how often? And I'm not asking for you that that today.
Sure, and that's why I say compiling that data would mean we would have to go through every single individual case, because there's no way of marking that on our case management system that was offered in a plea agreement. But I can tell you right now that is offered in probably 95% of our plea agreements. Every possession case that is charged, which is not a drug task force case. Possession cases, dealing cases are drug task force cases. But every possession case that we charge, I can't imagine a case where we wouldn't offer and try to get somebody into some form of treatment in those circumstances. We know that many of our dealing cases are people that are trying to support their substance use disorder by supplementing their income with dealing, so that they can get more of the substance that they desire. And so we treat those people that we think what we call user dealers versus just strict dealers. We treat them very differently in how we handle those cases. A user dealer, we always try to offer some sort of treatment if they have a mandatory non-suspendable sentence, or if we believe that this is their second, third, fourth dealing case and they need to go to the Department of Corrections. About a majority of the time, we offer them the opportunity to go to the Department of Corrections, participate in their recovery while incarcerated program and then modify their sentence so that they can get out after they've completed that program. So it gives them the incentive to get in while they're in the Department of Corrections to participate in the programming that's available for them. And then if they do that, they can come back, modify their sentence, and we usually go through a step-down process in that situation that may start with work release or may start with home detention, and then slowly just work them towards a probation supervision so that they can move back into the community at whatever pace and whatever level of supervision is best.
But what you're suggesting, and I'm not saying this is your office, right? Because you made that clear, and I know that there are many other parts,
Yeah.
but basically what you're indicating, just to clarify, is that you all do things, but there's not really a way to track them. And you certainly have a good idea of how often that happens,
Sure.
but there's no tracking per se.
Correct.
And then there's no, and I'm just trying to establish a fact, not being critical.
No.
There's no real tracking from that point through the rest of whatever happens to sort of be able to assess with those data in hand the results and the full picture of what's working, potentially, what maybe problems we may never solve,
Sure.
And what levels those take, that sort of thing. Is that true?
No. What I said was our software that's provided for us by the Indiana Prosecuting Attorneys Council doesn't have any data markers where we can track that in our system. The Vigo County Probation Department and the Vigo County Community Corrections Program recently went to a software system that is offered by the Indiana Department of Corrections. That software system has the ability to track that, and I believe does track that. Again, it's just like any data set, your data in versus your data out is going to be important, and they only started utilizing that software within the last 12 months. So I don't know that we have anything that goes back beyond that would be able to track the types of things that you're asking about, but I believe that we are going to have that ability going forward.
Okay, so the plea and the information coming out of the activities of your office would be somehow included in that.
The result of the sentence
Software.
that they were ordered for would be
Okay.
tracked by probation or community corrections, yes. So if they were ordered to do counseling as part of their probation, that's something that probation is tracking and what they were ordered into and whether or not they've successfully completed that. And then ultimately, I believe they'll be comparing that with recidivism rates down the road as well. So I think we're going to have much better data sets in the future.
And I don't know, I'm sure
So do
he's
you
talked
have-
about,
So do you have any questions about their gasoline usage or their car usage or whatever? I mean, are these things modifying any of these costs that we're talking about? Or are you just
I'm
having a
just,
general conversation about the procedures?
I guess I mean, for example, there was a conversation with the clerk's office about cost per vote. I think it's important for us to know what the activities and impacts are of our county departments on community services and activities in the community. So forgive me, I'm just asking questions that have to do with how we can continue or how we can begin to evaluate the value. And I'm not questioning that there is one, and the effectiveness, and I'm not questioning that it is effective, but how we can represent that in certain ways. So I think my questions go to a hope that we do use the kind of information that Mr. Roberts has suggested will begin to be available out of the Community Corrections Office to look at how we can position the activities of county government and our offices in the most effective way. So I'm sorry, I was just taking a minute to learn about how that might be done. So forgive me for asking those questions. Thank you.
Okay, so you went back, you got our $13,000 back, and appreciate that. You reduced the cost of the vehicles. Thank you. And
Thank Calissa for that. She caught that from me.
well, we do look at things.
I appreciate it.
Let's see. All right.
I guess you guys caught it at the last meeting, and that's what brought it up, so.
Yep. All right. Okay, any other questions, Vicki?
I have none.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rob.
Once again, thank you for this process. I'm glad I don't have to do it. It's a lot of work and it's a lot of responsibility, so.
I'm pretty sure that some of the processes you do are glad we don't have to do either. So that's fair.
Okay,
You're out.
all right, where are we at? Oh, take a 5-minute recess, please.
Okey-doke.
Put 1 in for the assessor.
Underneath should be a public safety and corrections facility. I tossed those away. I spaced it out.
What do we got here?
Corrections. You should have one under there, so split public safety.
I believe I do have some more.
I'm gonna change these out.
Okay,
I
excellent.
spaced it.
Oh, thank you.
So there is
Okay.
something I caught. Is that
All
the
right.
correctional facility? Sorry, Mike.
And
Now remember, we got all kinds of stuff. You have the same thing advertised in both.
yeah,
At some point, we got something, but this is too much.
well, it's important though. It's important.
That's a new general with
Oh,
the 1.5
That's almost as good as
on
yeah,
one of those.
yeah. Thank you.
I'll just replace everything, because I put it in. Alright,
On those, the 5 horsepower, and other just and 25, all that.
okay,
So all that's advertised in there,
okay, that's good.
extra,
You got,
and all the rest of the stuff. I
Yeah.
had it there in my hand and I don't know.
well, I was like, I'm like,
I
well,
don't
it's the
know.
same on both of them, so she's consistent, but I'm like, did I miss something?
I think I was doing salary, and that's what I was worried about.
Oh, so- Well, that's why I was like.
And then I had my paper to go back and look at it.
I'm gonna make a cup of coffee.
credit cards or anything.
I got a whole bunch of them. I was walking out and it was face down. I'm like, I'm like, I know that
I
guy.
came get in here this morning and looking it on that clock.
I thought he's gonna miss that, and I thought, well, so I put it in my car, and then I thought, okay, I need to stick it in my pocket. That way, I'll have it when I go into the meeting today, because then I'll forget. They talked about trying to all day, I think. But you can go in the conference room, or if somebody's in there, you could go to like my office or that the top room office or something. My office might be better to go sit in there, and then, I mean, if somebody's in the conference room, then that way you can shut the door and not without people coming in and make copies. Thank you. Okay.
All right, I expect we can do without Jimmy. Back from recess here. Where are we at?
I'm sorry, may I make a statement?
Certainly.
You know, I know we don't just need to have random conversation in here because it's important to move through this process. And I don't mean to be asking questions that are inappropriate, but I do think that as we evaluate and have conversations about the budgetary needs of each department, it's not inappropriate to ask them questions about how they evaluate their work and give us an idea of how they evaluate their work. And that's where I'm coming from when I ask questions like that. And I think that's important anyway. I think it's especially important now with a community and a national climate where we're trying to assess. I think in many ways governments, local governments, are trying to assess how they want to balance their resources between criminal prosecution and treatment kinds of things. So I was trying to understand more. We have this public moment where we can ask questions that help our community understand where we are and what kinds of things we do. And I simply take this time in many cases to try to establish not only my view, but I would hope a public view of how things work in that regard, especially in this moment when that seems very much of note to people. I'm not in favor of doing something like quote unquote defunding the police per se, but I think most of those things are about balancing resources. I hope they are in some different ways. I think we're trying to do that. And I think the opportunity to ask a department that's part of that process to tell us how they view the world and how they evaluate their activities over time is priceless for us and for the community. So I ask those questions with that thinking in mind. Thank you.
Well, I don't think that anything was stated that we don't think your questioning is important. I just thought at some point the deputy prosecutor stated that, and then you were going on to if he had some opinions on how he might change or improve those situations, and that's fine too. I mean, again, it's public forum, so I don't think that he had. I mean, you know, again, one was what they're doing, and one's what they might do, and if it's in response to cost of them running their office, it's at some point that's where we come back to, I guess. You know, that's so, you know, but the understanding of what they do is imperative to be able to finance it. But so we get out, we go out there and ask a few of these questions. It's no, I don't think anybody. I didn't mean for it to seem that was unimportant in any way, or shape, or form.
Thank you.
So, okay. We are where? Got adult probation answered. Got to
Okay, I have a couple things that probably need to get taken care of. When I was going through, I found these still here. If you look at the lit PSAP and E91 4Bs, we need to add for additional appropriation requests that were submitted and are scheduled to be heard at the September meeting. One section. It's on the E911 page. We need to add, excuse me, on line 6 of the emergency telephone system, we need to add 43302, which was the amount of the request. Okay.
where we at?
If you go to the 911 section,
Okay.
it's in the blue.
Got a deduction to be made, and
Well, you have to add on line 6. You need to put your sheet. Well, you don't have those sheets. You don't have the 40.
sometimes
Are you ready, Judy? And then on the lit dedicated to, on line 6, 43302, that was the request for additional appropriation. And then line 6 on lit dedicated to PSAP, we need to add 91,600. That was request for consoles, I believe. And if you want to round up, I don't care for that. Huh? 91,600. And then we got the changes made. Cheryl's given you new forms for the lit correctional rehab to add in for the community correction requests that for the supplies and contractual services. So you have new forms for that. Same thing for public safety, and then she's also included in public safety the jailers at $1.5 million, I believe, for the new jailers that were hired back in 18, maybe, whatever year it was.
at the end of the year,
When they added the new jailers.
we added it.
Oh, right,
we
right.
added
So-
it in the first year.
So which fund is that coming from?
Public safety.
And where did we make the decision to take that from public safety rather than correctional facilities?
The committee
Because-
made that decision
Monday?
Monday.
Oh, they're in both. Okay. Okay. Right,
Okay, so they're in both.
okay.
So, and then, adult probation DOC, which is in the courts, blue tab. If I can find the commissioner, there it is. Line, I believe it's 15, there's a hole punched in it. It says 48,580 but if I look at the budget request, it's 70,330.
Figure again.
If you look on line 15, it's stated at 48,580, and the budget request on the page is 70,330. I don't know if maybe that was only payroll, and this adds in, because you got about 17, 20, I bet you that's it. The 2s, 3s, and 4s weren't included in that, only payroll. On your 4B? It's on my budget sheet, the one that's the detailed for the budget and line items. It's not on my 4B, not unless you have a new 4B. No, I get that. I'm just saying that we need to make sure we get that corrected. Well, this way, if we get it, we know we're gonna get it advertised appropriately. So, I mean, that's the only thing I'm doing is I'm finding I found these, and I think that's all that I found, so we should be good. We may have, but I don't have a new 4B, so I wanna make sure. I got it on. Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna just make sure we're all on the same page. And one other thing, sheriff sale, which is in the sheriff tab in the blue section, almost all the way to the back of the book. We had to adjust, we were supposed to adjust the payroll salaries and social security to get within the 2244. I calculated that out. Payroll would be 20,663, and FICA would be 1581, 1,581, and that meets what you had requested in a prior. I don't think it's Monday. I think it was like the 13th or something. On August 13th, you requested that. So that takes the operating balance to 0. Based on projected revenues, that's a fundable budget then.
Is that 4009?
Yes. Yeah. So you have the sheriff's 2663 and 1,581. So those are the things that I had that gets everything caught up. So.
Okay. Can we start on?
I don't know if you want to go back to drug task force and finish that up, because they had questions on the travel expenses and registration, and he supplied answers. So I don't know if you want to finish up those 2 line items
Yes.
and mark this one
Let's
off.
go around.
It's in the blue section under prosecutor. Might be easier for you, Judy, if you went up there and sat by Vicky. She She might, but I don't think she bites hard.
Okay.
Drug task force. Yeah. They had went through and done everything with the exception of travel and registration. So I don't know, I'm waiting. They had asked for an increase, they'd asked for their travel expenses to be doubled and an additional 1,400 in registration from the 2020 budget. This budget is fundable, assuming that they get their
Assuming
seizure
they get their
money.
seizure money, which
Yeah.
is the question asked.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's always,
You got any questions about those amounts?
so you're good with
Questions?
those?
Yeah.
Might have questions, but not about their operation, just questions about the guys. That's a
Right.
joke.
Ooh. I have 59.4 after we put those two in, so.
Okay. Got it.
We're gonna make that one green because you're done with it now. Green means go.
Okay.
Now, if you want to go back to the general fund, we had stopped at election services, but since we're waiting on responses, we may want to skip that and
Well, I
move.
was up to drainage board.
We already did drainage board.
Well, you said we'd stopped at the other. Stopped at drainage board, so after drainage board is
Well, the next one was election services,
election
EMA.
board, election board.
election board.
All right, okay. Election board, we have some more questions, and they're gonna get us a cost of, that person and how much money they're gonna save the county, right? By hiring somebody?
Plus, they're going to get us some information on machines too, right? And
Yes.
how they might go through that process.
Correct. So I'm sorry, it was, EMA is the next one up.
All right, EMA.
Let me go to that.
Okay.
That's in the orange section. Oh, I hadn't even started EMA yet, but I'm sure that's one of the sticking points.
At loggerhead.
Looks like their increases are to office supplies, emergency and drill fund, vehicle repair, professional services, vehicles.
And the request for one new vehicle and what happened with the utilities here? I heard something about the commissioners had to take up their utilities.
Well, there's some question if they do, but I mean, I don't think that the base has said that they're going to have to take utilities up, start paying those sometime. But they've not
That's
made them
been
yet,
determined,
but they've not made them yet. They've not dropped the hammer.
so that's good.
Yeah. But that would be in the commissioner's budget if,
You remember any conversation about relocation if the commissioners had another place for them?
They don't,
Okay.
not that I've heard.
I, I, I believe, Brad said he was not, thinking that it's gonna be imminent, that they had food. Are office supplies expected to increase in price for any particular reason? People seem to be asking for more generally.
I don't know.
You remember what, for emergency drill funds, you remember what was stated on that? Well, I remember they gave a package. I got it here, I'm sure.
It's in your book, it's in your book.
Oh, okay.
And Judy did the cliff notes on it, only gave some changes. Right?
Right.
Because it's quite lengthy.
Okay,
Let's see what it says.
yeah. Let me read a minute.
Emergency and drill fund. EMA is mandated to meet both state and federal mandatory drill, training, and exercise requirements. Meeting these requirements and other metrics results in the award of as much as 50% of the EMA staff salaries being reimbursed to the Vigo County General Fund. Vigo County EMA has met all mandatory requirements for the past 13 years under the current staffing and will continue to do so. See attachment A. What? Let me ask you, which one did? One of these, which I think it's a cutoff, because I don't know. The next page in here has something about COVID-19. They're asking for additional dollars for PPE.
Yep.
Which would be. I don't know which one that's for. Oh, is that for emergency and drill fund? I mean, is it actually the next page? Well, I guess that must be it, because the reason they've asked for more in their emergency and drill fund is due to the COVID-19.
That's not much of an attachment.
I hadn't even got to the attachment yet. That one caught my eye. Attachment A. Oh. Yeah. Oh, that's just their salary and fringes. But it said, then it goes on to read saying the EMA has been tasked with supporting various county departments and local institutions with much needed training and exercises such as mass casualty and active shooter. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, the EMA is asking for an additional $6,000 to continue to procure PPE for county employees and first responders. That would be the $6,000 increase in your emergency and drill fund. It's for COVID materials, which,
Is that reimbursable?
well, I mean, it would seem to me that unless they extend the deadline, it has to be it has to be purchased by 12/31. But I don't know what would stop them from purchasing them it before 12/31 for 2021. Why couldn't they stockpile? But it seems like it would make sense to do so.
Okay. Well,
So they can do that this year.
If they've got, yeah. Or we can pay for all of it out of care.
right. I think that that was part of the presentation, that there was a lot of what ifs and maybes and whatevers, and the when it came down to it, Judy, they've got one grant. No, I'm just saying, they have one grant right now. After all the what ifs, they have one grant. That's what was confusing me when she presented. We could get, we have to maybe provide, etc. Confused. Yeah, right. Work at that facility. So that's nice. I think it works adequately. How's that? Yeah.
The increased cost in,
Yeah,
Want to fund another vehicle right now. 2010 vehicle. So,
which is the same one they're asking for, the extra vehicle repair.
right. That's why I say seems like it's duplicity.
repairable, that maybe they can make one.
So office supplies and janitorial. Are you okay with both those numbers? At requested?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
What about emergency drill fund? Do you want to take that to the 2020 adopted? Because it's the one with the COVID that you can get reimbursed, or you can actually pay it out of a different fund.
What do you think, Jim?
What's that?
Their emergency drill fund,
That's one where they've asked for an additional $6,000 for COVID supplies, which,
Oh, emergency. 22,450.
yes, can they not do that in 2020 with the CARES money?
I'm sure there's some money, they're throwing money around for that stuff like it's
yeah, water.
candy.
Well, and then also if we put it in the budget and they put the stipulation that you can't,
No, you can't get it back if we put it in next year's budget.
Yeah. If it's, what is the terminology the feds use it? Supplement, not supplant.
Yeah. Well, I think this is all,
Well, or maybe they come back, yeah.
right. That's yeah.
Well, that's what we did with,
it's all
like, the
new,
clerks
but
and-
we can save a few $1,000s here and a few $1,000s there. Why? That's what we're here for.
so
think.
back at the 4,000 of the 2020
see, yeah.
adopted.
Mhm.
Okay, what about, we'll go down, vehicle repair, you said, are you okay with all the rest of
I'm
those?
okay with the vehicle.
We'll
Printing,
increase that.
travel, registration, they didn't change. Professional services,
That was their IT. They got an increase in that.
how did we all go to all new IT department? So are you,
All right with that? All right.
and you're okay with, service agreements and improvements?
Yeah, what they've spent, and what they've. Okay. It's all the 300s. Yeah.
And then vehicles, no? Is that the
Zero, as
consensus?
far as I'm concerned.
You know,
And then equipment new and office machines. You're okay with those? And the vehicle,
that vehicle out.
so you should be at 48,150.
We're looking at a very real thing of getting those things paid for, and so, and then also capital expenditure in some of our departments. Okay, great.
Extension is the next one. There's an increase in contractual services, and it looks like that's it, other than payroll, of course. That's their contract with Purdue.
They just needed the money,
Probably. And it probably covers their salary increases because they have several employees there that are actually employees of Purdue and not the county. Because we only pay for two or three people, three, I think. 3 secretarial, administrative.
they're all like wrong.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. It'll be interesting to see how they do the fair. Actually, they should return quite a bit to County General for 2020 because they didn't do a lot of fair
Yeah.
stuff.
Explain how that's gonna work.
Well, I mean, a lot of their expenses are related to the fair, and
They just had their, although they did, they had a 4-H.
Yeah.
4-H showed,
but I don't. It was not their.
not
What
what
they
huge,
normally do.
What they
yeah.
charge us for? Is that what you're saying?
No,
No, their
they'll
expenses
return
that
their,
they have that are associated with the fair and the different
The
programs.
county general's paying.
Yeah.
$16,000 for fair.
They've got leader expenses, fair maintenance, fair expenses,
Awards, publication, so. That's their, what is it like? We'll have to pay the maintenance, like, the, well, leaders will have to pay that. Oh, no, they won't have, they'll have to pay, leader pay, they just pay all.
Well, some of it's what they do during the year, and with them not having,
But they have meetings and all
yeah,
that.
but they're probably not having regular.
They had to buy ribbon, that kind
Yeah, I mean, you'll have some, but I would anticipate some of it would come back. They're not gonna, I mean,
don't have week long.
yeah.
Now, okay. I hope it's gone next year. She would.
No. For that amount of money, no, I just don't understand how there's gonna be a reduction in those costs. They had all their things, they did it all virtual, they had their auctions, they had,
It may not be.
they had their prizes and what have you, they did. The only thing that changed would have been maybe their leader expenses for 6205, and they weren't down there for over a 9-day period. That's why I don't know what.
I don't know
I don't know
what, I
what
don't know what
would've-
they've done for fair maintenance though. I mean, you didn't have near all that. I mean, there's some of that and the expenses that just, they didn't do it at the same scale. So in theory, it shouldn't
Well,
cost
I
as
don't
much.
think that's true, because they've been down there with their meetings and stuff. I don't know, whatever. I don't.
I mean, it's not gonna be enough to make up any major differences. I'm just saying you probably should get some coming back.
Well, no, hold it here a minute. If they reduced expenses and they're not doing anything, then should they reduce staff? I mean, let's face
Well, they
it,
wouldn't
that's the
reduce
only
staff,
place that
yeah.
you can reduce some money. So you can reduce some staff if they don't, I mean,
Well, they have 3 staff members that are paid by the county.
okay, all right. Well, I question a lot of this stuff. If you don't have to go to Louisville for conferences, you don't have to go anywhere for any of this stuff. You don't have to go anywhere for training. You don't have vehicles, you don't have training costs. And how important was it to begin with? Well,
And they'll all go.
I,
But I'm just saying that I think that you'll be surprised, you'll see long term,
well,
due to the fact that
Yeah, I think, right.
yeah.
which
Well, what are we dropping the ball on? You know, yeah, we'll see. Okay.
I think that's what you said.
Yes,
So,
yes, Judy.
extravagant.
GIS is all payroll. We'll bypass that. Group homes.
Okay.
They have, increased expenditures for institutional supplies and telecommunication and bird and pest control. professional services, service agreements. That's it.
I wonder if that institutional supply is for the,
Let's look and see if they put a. Oh, my notes up. Let's see. I don't have any notes what that's for. I don't know if it's on, they were in here. You did, but I didn't see anything in there saying,
doesn't say anything about
I didn't see anything for that.
For
For like
supplies.
institutional supply, most of it tends to,
communication, staffing.
Okay.
some of it, I mean, overall, they're saying it only went up 239, but they've made some changes. So they're looking at a new phone system.
New phone system. I can relate to that.
I was just looking to see if the institutional had anything to do with COVID.
Yeah. Sure.
If it does, we may be able to knock that out.
All right. I'm all right with that one. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Harrison.
I don't think I have anything. They must not have brought it.
Harrison.
No.
Group homes.
Yeah, I was just checking on the institutional supply, see if
I-
anything.
I would think that institutional supplies, if they cover,
See if they had anything that was,
think on that CARES deal, that's not going to probably taper over till 21, or we don't have any idea, or it might be 3 months
I think
into
it will.
21.
It runs through the end of the year
I think they'll renew
unless
it.
they do some kind of extension on it, you know.
Well,
but
that's
we
what I
don't
was thinking. I mean, all these entities, it's not, what'd you say, 33.5, which is not CARES, that was state, wasn't it, for elections?
know. Yeah, that,
35 actually state.
Yeah, yeah.
The state,
So, well, I mean, that's, it's pretty good.
I think.
Yeah.
Change.
Okay.
It may end up being, but this not able to work.
Huh.
yeah.
Allow. Setting.
Yeah. Yeah.
everything's shut down in Congress, now, so
Yeah.
at this point, it's dead, probably dead until after the election would be my
Right.
guess.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I know. We're looking in a crystal ball kind of thing, yeah.
But for our purposes, I'd say I'll plan on what,
Yeah. We'll just figure out
plan
till
on what you
December.
got.
Yeah, okay. I think you're right. Okay.
The only thing the assessor has is that state meeting,
Mhm.
which they didn't have
Well, but they've increased, but
their life.
What do you mean, but I think they've been doing a lot of those online. So they've had the opportunity, I think, to do them online, is my understanding. Are they eligible for the elected official? Yes. No. So only the county assessor? Okay.
That's splitting the hairs, isn't it? Hmm. Okay.
I didn't think they were, but so it changed. I think they found the new way. They're all gonna be by Zoom. Saves everybody a lot of money. You mean for meetings or for Zoom?
I really think you learn more if you go on. I do. I just think that Zoom is awful.
Is it in, but is it in Marion County?
Okay.
What do you
So
think about
anything in
this
here?
one, Mike?
Anything in here? State meetings. Well, that's the only thing.
That's the only thing they ask for. Everything else is the same. Okay. Just leave it in and they can go. Just- Okay.
Total figure that we gotta come up with. Okay.
So,
Yep.
Human resources?
Human resources. Like yours better.
They've requested additional equipment. I don't know if we have. Yes. I'm not looking at the twos, threes. I mean, I'm not looking at the ones, only twos, threes, and fours. And office supplies, we spent $2,080. There's a bunch of zeros in there as far as not spending. Looks like you approved 300 in equipment last year. They requested 2,400 and you approved 300. I think they just submitted the same budget that they submitted last year. Which everything else was adopted as requested. Except for advertising. For some reason they left that the same. I don't know. Background, looks like they used it in 19. Background check. But they use in 18. 18. What did I- They only used 3,000 in 18.
Maybe they got somebody working for them. Dot. She'll work cheap. Who pays them?
For the background check? Can you tell if they spent anything since June for background check, advertising? Wasn't supposed to be with, they won't have to do advertising as much with changes? And they've not, what about advertising? 35300. So they've not spent anything out of advertising either? And we're still only at $81?
Yeah, but did they didn't spend that? Well, who's paying for them?
Are they getting bills and not paying?
Well, somebody would probably. That's pretty slow.
I wanted to say.
They see that they.
Resources.
Well, the one thing with, I mean, I can see advertising because they've changed, like maybe they're going to online, so they're not posting them in. But I don't know if there's a cost with online or if there's a service agreement or contractual service that they're using.
We're just
Or
using
maybe
our
it's
own
under,
website.
or maybe it's under licenses. I don't know.
Advertise.
If they're not, since they're using Indeed or whatever, are they paying for licenses for that and not you doing advertising?
When you do it, they get it. You gotta put the
So,
do it.
yeah, but it seems there's been enough positions. How are they advertising them? So my thing is maybe they're not.
Probably, I mean, it's been last year.
Well, do they even know what they want? I mean, do you know what they're wanting for? I mean, you got nothing with this budget.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's get back to this.
IT?
Okay. Okay, are we at jail?
No, we're. Oh, did I skip
Information-
one?
Information services.
Information services. I'm like, did I skip one?
No, I did. Information services.
The only increases they have are to payroll. They've not increased anything in their budget from 2020. Yeah, I know. I think they just submitted it. But if you, by the June 30th, they're not, the only thing, but I'm assuming license, you pay that, the bulk of it one time a year.
Then four.
Do you want to go to jail or wait for HR? Yes.
Yeah. We'll just wait on the, let's wait and see if HR is gonna come in and because jail probably would take a little time, right?
I would say so.
I would say so, and we get in the middle of that, we don't wanna have HR waiting on us. Okay, recess till HR gets here.
You want to turn your mics off?
I can do that. Meeting back from recess, okay. All right, I got my mic on.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So you got a copy of this?
No. Either that or you can come see this screen. How about that?
Here. Can you see it?
There's a button right there. Okay. So advertising, do you, I mean, I think traditionally that was used for newspaper and maybe something else. Do you do any of that anymore?
Yeah, we only do that if somebody is not getting any decent applications through our application tracking system. We haven't been using it that much right now, so, but it would, and the only time it mostly is used is for Park and Rec and 911, because those are the jobs that we have
On your table.
hard time filling, but we haven't used it yet at all.
We haven't used it at all this year.
Not for that. We are looking at doing some, well, actually, I take that back. It doesn't even fall under that one, so it doesn't matter. What I was gonna say doesn't fall under advertising, so.
Oh,
so.
Okay.
and background checks, we noticed there's not been anything out of that. Have you?
We had just received a big bill on background checks that we have to send out, called on drug screens, and that one's coming in. We also usually get one around November, so we usually get a couple a year. We just haven't got one because they've been holding it.
Oh, so it's, you only get them like twice a year.
Yeah, they
Oh,
usually bill us a big, large chunk at a time.
Gotcha. And then, I think those were the big questions.
Yeah. And then new equipment request.
Where is that?
You asked, it's the last one. It's 2,400.
Is that the same as last year? I think I.
That was
or
the
did I
same
ch-
as the request, but not the same as the adopted budget. Did you have something in mind to purchase? Or you, I mean,
We have spent some of that this year that we haven't received yet for stand-up desk. And we were looking at getting another one at the beginning of next year or sometime after the budget went through.
but so $300 is sufficient for yourself.
That's the only thing in that, that's the only thing in the 400 line, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the only thing in there.
Okay. All right.
It's whatever you want to do. I mean, it sounds like advertising is not being used at the same level as it was before.
Well, that's what I was wondering.
And that the
Do you want-
equipment, the only thing is a stand-up desk, they're looking at 300.
Do you
Another
just want to
300.
make reduce advertising by 2,100 and make and take the 24? Okay. Okay, reduce advertising by, reduce it by $2,500. Okay. And leave the equipment new in at 24. Okay?
Even though she's saying the only thing they need it for is $300? It's just the stand-up
Yeah.
part.
Yeah, that's the only thing we bought this year, and then right before I got here, we bought a filing cabinet, but that was. Okay.
All right, yeah, just make it $300. Okay,
We get a budget,
all right. All right, I think that's all we need. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming over.
Going to move to the jail budget. I'm not going to
figuratively speaking.
jail.
Figuratively,
Budget.
you might, little Misty.
I might, but I hope not. Okay, we got lots of red here.
Jail. Over $6 million.
Okay.
Is there any? Twos, threes, and fours at this time.
I don't have a lot of capital outlays, but some of your capital outlays, if you wanted, you can consider taking those out of correctional rehabilitative.
I.e., what do you call a capital outlay?
Like
Bands,
equipment new, your locks, video, audio.
locks, video, audio. 40,000 to video, audio,
It's not a lot.
equipment new. Decreased amount paid for 2 years. Van, vehicles, is that rehabilitative?
Part of the operation. It would
Increased
qualify.
due to costs for repairs of older equipment?
Well, it's not it's
Well, let me
rehabilitative
ask then.
facilities, not rehabilitating jail.
All right, let me ask a simple question then. What can't we put in there?
Well, I would caution putting all of it in there, because what are you gonna do when that tax dries up?
Well,
Why?
at some point, I'm guessing that another council, far past me, will have to figure out how to fund it. This isn't going away. I mean, I guess we can reduce county general. What? Well, I guess we can reduce county general by this much too, right? I mean, 400,000, 70,000, 1.1 million medical expenditures. Yeah. Probably not going away, is it?
You mean the expenses or the tax?
The expense.
Expenses aren't going away, but the tax will. The tax will go away.
Right.
How long you plan on living, Jim? I've been living longer than 22 years. 20 now.
So, all right, again,
Let's just put the
just a
purse on
basic
me.
starting question. Out of these expenditures, what cannot be put in there?
I might still be alive though.
For this lit tax, for the rehabilitation and maintenance,
Correctional and rehabilitation.
correction,
facilities.
rehabilitation facilities. Out of these expenditures that are in this jail, because here's my thing, it's pretty simple. We funded this jail through several different avenues over the years. Again, it keeps creeping back in, and then we rolled in the Cadget, et cetera. And I know there's different combinations of cost bearing. But this, obviously at $6.3 million, starts to eat our budget up tremendously. I'm only one council person. But what of these expenses can we use that tax for? Is there any in here that are exempted from that? Okay. All right. So we've got a $23,000 increase in cost of contracts. I don't know what that is off the top of my head. I'm sure we've had it explained to us.
Well, they're saying your medical, and they put that in the medical item, line item.
Where's that transportation line? Is that in the sheriff's budget? Pulling people back and forth to other jails? That's not in jails, is it? Am I missing it here?
Well, it's gasoline and staff is the only thing. We don't have a line specific to that.
And you know, they're not gonna be hauling very many people
Care
back and
to,
forth because
no,
of
it's care
Zoom.
of patients and inmates. That's what they budget that in, right?
No, that's to house them.
That's what I mean. That's to house them. Okay. Not transportation. That's to house them someplace else. And we had that almost up to what? $1 million at one time? And now they're requesting, and so what's been spent this year?
Well, it's 209 at the halfway point.
So 2.9.
Half a million.
So somehow that seems to have been reduced. Because I think we budget, I think we were budgeting, back when Greg was sheriff, I think we were budgeting way above that. Yeah.
But it's
That's
because they
before
had
they
bills.
went through and
Okay. Well, so the thing would be, we don't know what that's gonna cost, really. We can take a guess at it every year.
you have to have big eyesight.
Well, not if we don't have the money in county general. I mean,
Michael, here's one thing that they have determined since the advent of Zoom and these, the ability to, have these judges can talk to the prisoners, by Zoom. They're not transporting prisoners now. That's a reduction in cost of Epic for.
Well, they always tried to minimize people that they perceived might have to have a court appearance. And they would put them out of county, but they would not have to go get them. I mean, they tried, in other words, when they went to get them, they were back here or whatever, I don't know. They didn't have to transport them back to some other locale. A one-shot deal. I know they tried to work hard to minimize that. So, again, what expenditures can we not, out of this jail expense, what won't be covered under that? Anything? Medical expenditures? Would they not come under that? Rehabilitation and maintenance of facilities?
I know that you've been working on a plan for the lit. I mean, you may wanna go back, but you've been working on that.
I know that, but again, what can't be paid out of here? Nothing? Could all be paid out of
I
lit.
assume you could pay all of them.
Okay, all right. Okay, so then, back to the end of the budget. Everything is increased. Anything that's not increased?
It's a problem.
Vehicles, inmate education counseling has not increased. Or locks and video, or care of patients and inmates. Everything else has. Inmates aren't cheap.
So it's increased a budget.
If you look at the adopted, it's about a $500,000 increase.
Yeah, another $500,000, and next year be another $500,000, and next year be another $500,000.
Was to start up there, start like, at institutional supplies. I mean, we can't do anything about group insurance, so start at supplies and just go down and see if there's anything.
Well, that's
we
what.
can
Well, that's
do.
why we're talking. I mean, I'm not talking about the ones yet, the 100s yet, but institutional supplies. Yeah. Adopted budget 95,000 of
One of the things they're
30,000.
One of the things they're talking about gone up is bleach for cleaning. due to
Now, see,
pandemic.
that probably they could, can they get that this year, maybe?
Yes, in the gloves.
Should we make notes of those things and tell them to just get those?
And I don't know, I'm not even sure that you can probably include mattresses.
Bleach, gloves, mattresses, do we have a place to store that stuff? They have,
Sally Port.
that's pretty full, I'll tell you that. Probably hardly even walk
Bleach
through
and
there.
gloves, I can't imagine.
Bleach and gloves, mattresses,
I mean, I don't know if they're required to make changes in mattresses because of COVID.
I'd say they wouldn't be, but I couldn't prove it. What else they have on there what else would we?
That's the only thing they included in their institutional supplies. Yeah. And they must be high quality. They're about $60 a piece. Some good mattresses.
After they have an inmate, leave, do they recycle that mattress or does it go
Yeah,
bye-bye?
I think they have to put some sort of
A new
sleeve
cover
on
on
it or
it?
something. Maybe, I don't know.
Put a
'Cause it
cover
says
on-
they replace them every 2 years. But I would have thought that was in institutional supplies before. So if they did it in 18,
Are those mattresses, which fund do they buy those out of?
Institutional supplies. I don't know if they what was 126, so it's about 31,000. I don't know how they do that.
Is that the only thing you see in there that might be eligible for care?
I don't think you can count food. Tractable services.
Like brooms, mops, disinfectant of any kind.
Now the bleach is in there, so I'm assuming that's the
Lysol spray. I don't know what.
I would say they probably use a lot of disinfectants there. That's the only thing it looks like in the paperwork they provided that looks like it's geared towards.
Okay.
What do they have on contractual service? What- Anything that's related to cleaning, or they do all that stuff?
Jail Tracker, Edge IT, Raycom, food equipment on the oven, and Lexapol. I'm sure there's, oh, more Edge IT. We have Edge IT annual contract and Edge IT license warranty support ransomware and Edge IT email security filter.
Oh.
And then additional yearly service is the ADP time clock manager.
Okay.
I think that
Any of their laundry stuff, would think laundry stuff would be here is qualified? No. Anyway, yeah.
I'm not sure their numbers work on. Do they talk about what they've spent through the year? But some of that was encumbered. It could have been last year's expenditures. Because on contractual services, is that contractual service? Looks like in 2020 they adopted 47. 47 was adopted. Their total budget is 103. So they either had a lot of encumbrances. Cause they've not been in for an additional, have they? In 20.
Okay.
Well, contractual stuff. But if 56,000 of it was from 2019. So even if you take the 47,000 that they have here plus the 4,800,
Decrease there. $15,000 approximately.
For what?
Increase cost operating the jail.
Well, so,
Which is $6 million, $300,000. It's 10% increase. Okay. Or 5%, I mean, 5% increase.
that's not terrible, awful bad.
Considering what? I don't even see where's the utilities at in this thing?
it's in the commissioner's budget.
Yeah, I don't even have commission, I don't even have utilities in this budget. That we know is increased. So, huh. Okay, well, is there any adjustments that you wanna make in this?
That's what I'm saying, let's start right there with the insufficient supplies. I don't know, I mean, I don't know what could we cut out of that. I can't imagine that we can take, I mean, they've got to keep the place going. Food, that, now from 2020, they had 95 and we've got 125 on that. Did they come back and ask for more for food this year? They did, didn't they?
Not yet.
No.
No, they've only encumbered some.
Oh, I think that was last
That was
year.
last year, they had to have more. I remember they raised the price of food. And I'll tell you what, food is going up, that's a fact. Gotta feed the guys. See, for
We're just looking at what was expended in 18 comparatively. I mean, that's probably not a real accurate justification, but, you know, someplace to start. Supplies, looks like if we put it in there, it's been spent. Now, I don't have a real good answer. I just know that that's the figures. $315,000 more to run a jail, and you got more in the commissioner's budget. And if that's what it costs to to run a jail, that's what it costs.
I mean, that's what I think. I don't know. We gotta keep it going,
I guess I hold out some hope that a new facility might
more efficient.
be more
yeah.
efficient somewhat.
I don't want that judge coming down raining on all of us. Not my
Yeah, we'll
favorite
let
thing.
We'll let that judge come up with another
And I
couple
sure
$1
don't
million
want it to
for
happen right now.
all that, right?
That's right. hmm
Well, that's what I was thinking.
And easier to keep it cleaner, it will be, we will have that possibility. hmm Yeah. We got $5,000 increase in repair of equipment, so maybe we won't have that sort of thing, maybe. Well, ideally, our court plan will help.
But the care of patients and inmates should drop.
Karen, Jim, I don't think that, I don't know it's gonna be dollar for dollar, but care of patients and inmates could change. I mean, and it obviously has changed pretty drastically over the years. So, it's being managed, I guess.
Are telling us how they hope to manage the arrest situation. We won't have so many ultimately.
How does that?
And we have to take care of the inmates. What else can we do?
At some point, say if we had care patients and inmates, we had ability to keep that or reduce that, but then we've got courts mentioning video with a capital expenditure improvement in video type of things. I don't know. I'm just trying to look ahead. Maybe save some money one place, spend it another. But I think that'd be a long-term thing. Thank God it's not a voting machine that has to be replaced every 7 or 8 years. Okay. Well, it's like I say, I don't know what you do with it. I've got no idea if that's,
I don't see a
let's say
place where we
18,
can take anything out.
That care patients and inmates could be $400,000, could be $200,000, or it could be $1 million. Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah. It's 8/11. Let's do the budget. 5 total budget. expended. We reduced institutional supplies, and they've spent over that. So they've transferred something from something probably to be able to cover that.
Institutional supplies? I think they encumbered it.
They encumbered it. So is that why we reduced it to 95 last year? They were able to encumber?
Well, because you stuck with 2019 budget, and 2019 budget was 95, and so was 18.
Right.
But they did encumber leftover funds that they had invoices for, so that they could pay them in the following year.
I think we went through that last year, and I'm trying to remember.
No, you just held it to 19 level.
That's what I mean. But there was a reason we held it to 19 levels, because that they'd gotten by with that amount of funding. Wasn't that the reason we kept it at that figure?
Well, you held everything to 19.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But they still had money to be encumbered. That's right. Okay. So we didn't drill down on this. Probably did and couldn't make any. The only thing that was said was that locks were wearing out because they were the cleaning things were corroding them. I remember that this year.
But the amount that they had is sufficient for 2021.
You know what I'm hoping to do? Make all the accounts for 2021 is 2020. Additional appropriation for the report. I mean, we're talking about some real money here. $315,000 additional in the jail.
I mean, that service is full. If I can last year. I don't know what I'm giving.
We gotta remember too, we gotta make that jail last for another 2 years. At least.
Well, Chris, some of the expenses for that jail aren't in here, they're in.
Well, I know, but I mean, we're still talking about repairing. I mean, they're asking for money to repair equipment, things like that, so. For part of that's gonna be for that.
And this year's budget and last year's budget.
Got housing, body, got fraction. I don't know what that is included, but that, right, just that. I'll just say $811,000, something, dollars here for that, for our people, for the base there. So over the 811, there's, this cost. And $20,000 compared to put 15 last year. Education counseling, I think, lights got turned around, didn't they?
Yeah, those two are turned around.
They get it inverted, they put one race.
The way it's listed now is correct.
Right. Tear this screen in.
Probably.
Get a whiteboard.
We have a whiteboard.
Equipment new. So you got equipment new, you've got locks and video and
I don't have it in my budget to buy a new screen
there was
either.
what was
Just so you
adopted
know.
last
I
year.
thought this is-
So the major increase is the contractual services other, or
Institutional,
There's two
pretty
plus
big.
five. That, you know, what we're gonna see if.
Yeah.
got-
Medical. Medical's up quite a bit, $100 and some thousand.
But I'll tell you what, medical is up. It is up.
$211,000 for medical.
No,
What?
180. Oh, adopted.
what would be considered as
215.
215?
Yeah, they adopted
Sorry.
900,000.
Yeah, bleach and
Sorry, you're right.
blood and whatnot.
Here's the only thing I'll say about our jail, is it seems that we're always so open to getting sued or a lawsuit.
So I said, I don't want that judge on my.
And I don't want that happening again. So Mike, if there's something maybe we can work with here, where we can give them,
Where we can cover our.
Guarantee
rear
we don't have a lawsuit?
well, not guarantee we don't have a lawsuit, but you know, to,
Doesn't the ACLU or somebody stand over there sometimes and hand cards out to the inmates as they go in?
something.
There one of them that does that?
How about they stand here and hand cards to us?
Yeah, I'm all for it. It's not a problem. I'm just talking. Is this figure right here has been tied $750,000. So I guess you could say we're doing a pretty good job. Say that.
Of course, that fluctuate, so.
You go from bad to worse, good to worse. You sometimes do a good job, sometimes not so good.
So
The contractual services, Cheryl, you said we're at close to 800,000 or a little above. Yeah.
The contractual other.
Whatever guys bring.
So do they take that 811, do they divide that into a monthly amount or?
Well, Mike, you just want to go line by line? Say yea or nay? I'm
you can go line by line. Consider a couple of things. We adopted 19 budget for 20. And I don't know of any additional requests right now.
I mean, are you suggesting to adopt it as it was last year and then accept
I'm
additional
just giving you
appropriations?
some parameters to look at the increased costs. I'm not saying they're not going to happen. But once we allocate it, we're not going to monitor them anymore.
Right.
That's for sure.
Well, the institutional supplies, are we yay, nay? You want to drop it down to 100 grand?
The only
Get
thing that
105.
we had discussed was that some of them may be due to COVID because they're looking at rubber gloves and bleach and some of the.
Do they have any
reasons.
COVID claims thus far?
Yeah, I'm just going by their explanation that they had stated.
We thought they might be able to buy up gloves, masks, now stockpile it.
Yeah.
Turned in. 'Cause, you know, we had, you know, we had, 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 we
you can do your recommendations or whatever. At this, I,
I think if you're gonna go to 2020 or 2019 levels, you need to consider doing that for everybody, not just one department.
well, I think that's a consideration. I don't think that everybody's budgets increased 5% on a $6 million budget either. I think there's considerations on office equipment and different things that may be there. Certainly vehicle. I don't know, I'm not sure that's apples to apples, but
No,
it's a way.
Yeah, I don't know, I'm just going by what they put in their narrative, that maybe some of those may be, yeah. Cause I mean, they were talking about they need to buy bleach and it costs so much more, and rubber gloves cost so much more. And quite honestly, you could probably sell mattresses as being COVID related. Because, you know, I don't either, but that was my only suggestion, you know, maybe.
Fine. Fine.
Well, I'm telling you, if I was doing it, I'd be replacing it because of COVID.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Well, they got some real money out there. We haven't even, we scratched some of this stuff for $3,000 or whatever. I mean, there's still some money out there. No, you know what? You want to go through it line by line, okay. My recommendation would be adopt a 2020 budget on those items with the inversion of the reclassifying the expenses there for the education training. Is education training and inmate education counseling? Is that the ones that we changed here?
The education, counseling, and training is for employees, and inmate education and counseling for inmates.
Right, and those got changed around in this budget. With that change, and I would adopt it at 2020 level, that's just my suggestion. If there's additional appropriation that comes before the council next year. Because I don't know where else you're going to get, and I'm just looking at the bigger picture, because I don't know where else you're going to get $315,000.
Well, keep in mind, if the intent is for an additional appropriation, it doesn't make any difference if you put it in the budget now or if you amend the budget next year. The result is still the same.
I understand that, but if we're going to pass something, we can pass it with our best hopes in mind. Once we allocate it, again, we don't monitor how many inmates get treated at one of the hospitals. We don't monitor how many they get transferred from one place to another. We're not going to look at it till next year. And I'm not recommending additional appropriation. I'm just saying.
Have we done Parks
That's
Department? Did you
always
guys do Parks
an
Department this
option.
morning?
Do what?
Did you guys do Parks Department this morning?
No, we did not.
Do,
We're still in the orange section. Parks is
So,
in blue.
my only concern is how will we treat parks and the other bigger departments?
He's the same cost.
Oh, across the board?
No, I didn't say
Oh,
that.
you're not?
I
Oh.
said for the jail.
Oh. Well, you're gonna single out.
That's what I'm doing.
goes to jail, Chris. You gotta tell the sheriff or is he? Because I'm not.
Personally, from my business perspective, the repair equipment, I think is pretty deserving of the $5,000 increase, because I know what it takes to on repairing lock cylinders, lock mechanisms, and stuff in my line of work. If you guys have saved a substantial amount, you know, saying that care of patients and inmates has been up to $700,000 at some point, and we're down to $400,000, I think that's a significant cost savings.
Well, it's been running that.
Yeah.
It hasn't varied the last couple of years too much. I'm just saying that for some reason, and I can't tell you the reason. For some reason, it was, I think the previous sheriff had to come in here and get an extra $350,000, wasn't it?
I think part of it's because they carried, there's a couple things going on. Now, one, it was when the lawsuit happened, and then they had to all of a sudden start shipping a lot more inmates out. Since then, they've changed how they release some of them earlier, so I mean,
Well,
that means you're shipping less.
and one of the things that we used to do, or one of the things that was done is that budget was put in at a certain amount, and if it didn't work out, why, you know, we didn't have any choice. We didn't have any choice in the matter. It's the way it was. So I just, you know, no, I'm not saying for the whole budget. But you could do it that way if that's the way you want to do it.
No.
Nope.
No.
I think we had a pretty good meeting with Human Resources.
Was I here?
Nope.
No.
But we weren't talking about changing budget of $300,000 either.
Well, we could go institutional supplies. The request in 2020 was 105. We gave him 95. Now the request in 125. We could knock that down to 105. That saves 20 grand. We
But
could.
but he does need
I know.
more institutional supplies because he's got to disinfect the joint.
I'm trying to be in the middle here, but don't punch me.
You know, we're talking
Foods-
about this.
yeah,
Well,
foods
I
is
mean,
Foods is a $2,000 increase. You know, it is what it is. If that's true. Contractual services 47.
And,
he's asking
and
for 70.
contractual services, he's got a contract.
Contractual services
There's a
other.
contract, but the contracts only come up that they have listed at about 51 or 52,000.
So why has he got all that money in there for contractual services?
That's right. The
Correct,
walkie-talkies.
But that's,
exactly.
but he has a Raycom maintenance agreement in here for 5661. So if he's replacing those, is that under new equipment? But what are they buying those out of? Okay,
Got right there, $45,000
They moved
equipment
to-
new.
because they have Raycom in here as a maintenance agreement, if that's what they're buying is Raycom. I don't know if it,
Is the maintenance agreement the same as the purchase agreement, though?
Say no.
no, that's under contractual services.
Odds and ends.
So what other contracts are in there?
It sounds to me like it's pretty obvious that if you put another $500,000 in there, it'll be spent. So, whatever. The amount of money in there maybe doesn't have. Like I say, the two different things that have varied tremendously over the years are care of patients and inmates and the contractual services other. And there's no way to necessarily predict the whether either contractual for the in-house medical is predictable, but over and above that it's not. We could be paying for an open heart surgery next year. And care of patients and inmates is dependent totally on number of transportations, lodging out of county, I would think. But they did reduce the vehicle lease, which was nice. And I don't want to spend any money on that building if we can keep from it.
John?
Well, I don't know, but then I get word that we were going to have to spend a bunch of money maybe on a community corrections building.
5 exchange handlers,
Several thousands of dollars on that
10,000 a piece.
facility. I think key to running that jail to me is if something happens to it, they have somebody staged and ready to go in there to repair things that might break. I think they must figure out a way to do it at this point in time. That air handler went bad, about 2 years ago? They had to hand make all the parts or something. I'd like to say, I don't know. I just got a pretty good, you guys. I'm just trying to figure out where to make this overall budget work for county general. I'm not, no. If everybody gets an increase of 5% and we're across all their budgets, and we're talking about a pay increase, it's going to have to come from somewhere. So, just figure it out, because
I think that the county has to understand too, employees, members of the county, people in jail have to understand that the jail's our biggest liability too.
Well, I think they understand that.
So if anything, Mike, I mean, I'm not talking about a 5% increase. I don't think we have to go for the full $315,000, but at least giving them some type of buffer, because in my business and in yours, if we have something big that happens and the money's not there to pay for it, who's going to come fix your problem if they aren't guaranteed a paycheck?
Well, and
then they would have to wait for the additional appropriation. They'd have to wait to get paid. Now we're talking 60, 90, 120 days out. And a lot of the people that we have work on our jail can't necessarily wait on that. So if we can give them some type of buffer at least.
I mean, we're close to having this problem solved. We got the jail going up down there. I mean, we just need to just keep this going until till we're out of the woods on it. I think we can cut costs here. Oh, I don't think we got to go the whole
Well, I think Sheriff
5%.
Classy will understand where the county's coming from on institutional supplies. The foods, I think we're gonna be fine. Contractual, you know, if that is what it is, then
Well, I'll tell you what, well, there's some things that we don't have to do at the county. This is one thing we have to do. Is this what you're saying, right? This
I think
must
we
be
do.
done.
I think our jail
We gotta keep going.
within all county facility, all county resources, this is our biggest liability.
I'm
Probably
not saying,
replace-
I don't talk about liabilities. I'm asking what we have to do.
Well,
We
considering it
have
being
to
a
do
liability,
this.
I think we have to do, yeah.
Okay, so, and we'll, to fund this additionally, we'll just cut $300,000 out of Parks Department, right? Because we don't have to do
No,
parks.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying.
Well, where are we gonna get the money?
We're at $315,000. Why can we not decrease some of these and knock it down to $150,000?
Well, you can. I'm just asking you, if you got a $41 million budget, you got $36 million coming in. You got a cash balance, you're gonna draw down, at this point, you're gonna draw it down, what, $5 million? Here's your expense. This is what we have to do. We have to run the courts, we have to run the jail.
Both are highest cost of the county.
You told me yesterday 1.2 something, I think I got it written down here. You had it figured. Okay.
Insurance. Did you look up the,
Okay. And you came up with what?
did you look up, did you get the total number of, for the correctional officers, not counting the sergeants, the corporals? Yeah, I don't want those.
27 of them pays pay, 27, 65.
2760 is 45%. Is that what you're saying? I'm just, I didn't want to make sure we're on this. No, I'm just asking,
Were you drinking?
I was just asking if that's what you meant, it was 45%.
The 45% of that, if that over, usually total one,
Mm-hmm.
is that.
Okay,
However,
got it.
I put 5 out
Buffer.
buffer side. 1.5 or do you that's your choice, because I put it in as the first county finish.
Yeah, my thought is that if it's 45%, that would be a lot easier to do on a monthly basis, of however we want to do it, to say, okay, we spent X amount, reimburse county general 45%. You know, that way you don't have to, like you guys said, you don't have to go through and calculate what you actually spent, you just do a percentage. I mean, you don't have to pick 27 correctional officers out, so,
No,
yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Okay, so right now I've got 1.407 as a figure. Okay. 24 or 27?
27 jailers.
27 is 45%.
Okay.
So the ultimate decision comes back to whether we are going to fund the 27 jailers from the lit public safety portion of the tax. We decide if we are going to do that, which won't be our decision, it'll be the full council decision. And then, well, that would get us to $1.5 million cost savings. So then do we decide, do we go full bore on this? Or what?
I like the way you say that's a cost
Well,
savings.
it's away from Coffee County.
I think it's still tax money.
No, I,
May I? I mean, the lit taxes were voted in to address, or at least at some level in response to, the lawsuit. Part of the lawsuit was the need for more jail staff. So it seems to me there's a logical connection between those lit taxes and those particular staff. So I think that's appropriate. I would like to take this opportunity to say, from my perspective, that since those are jail operating costs and the correctional facilities bucket can be used for that for our county, and I know we're not maybe here yet because we're still just advertising, but I would like to see those put into the correctional facilities piece for now as a place where we take that money. And I personally think that that's separate. That helps us out in some ways, but I don't think that if we move that money, that means we should do everything that's been requested because all of a sudden we can. So I just wanted to say that part too.
I think that's what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about anything, but, I mean, the only reason I brought that up is that it puts in the total picture of county general. But this is county general in the 2s, 3s, and 4s in the jail. It's an increase of over $300,000 it costs to run in that jail. I'm just, so I don't have a, you want to, yeah, we can try to get our budget in line with our revenues by transferring those officers, which is exactly what I think is the only reason I voted for the tax, because it was going to be covered under that.
Let me ask you this though, and it's going to go against what I think it goes against what I just said. So now I'm going to talk out of the other side of my mouth. What if, and I'm going to project onto y'all because I'm not officially part of this committee, but would you decide how much you want to fund in these new requests, figure out what the total of that is, and then transfer only that amount of new jailer salary dollars out of county general into the lit correctional facilities, I hope, bucket, to allow you to do that so that you're not using lit money? My fear is that if we transfer $1.x millions of dollars of expense from county general into those lit buckets, we're going to start using money that was originally intended for a purpose in a whole lot of different ways because we've got it. And I'm not sure that may be exactly what we want to do, but I'm not sure that's what we should do. I'm just not sure.
Well, then you come back to the point. The point is, do you want to increase the jail budget by $311,000 in these line items? Because I think that we're going to act on the jailers, because I think there was a consensus on August 11th that that's what we were going to do. So I believe there was pretty much of a consensus to do that. So then the question comes back to, again, like I say, you want to, yeah, and I start out the conversation by, can we transfer all these funds to the lit? And it seemed to be a consensus there that we could. So yeah, we transfer all the costs of the jail to there. If it's going to, but in this discussion is the increased cost. It's not about running it. We've done it for years. But we're not talking about tremendous increase. To me, I don't know. I'm just looking. And, you know, we passed the budget last year and they got by with it. How'd they do that?
I don't know, but I think our operating balance come
No,
down?
no, don't get an operating balance. It doesn't have anything to do with that. We passed this budget at the same, one jail, this one bed. I'm not talking about the whole budget across the county. I'm talking about this one budget,
Okay.
okay? All right.
So on institutional supplies, we adopted, whoever was on the committee adopted or the full council, $95,000, but they're at 200 or 111. So is that money they've encumbered?
That's the kind of question you need to ask. There you go.
Yes, they've encumbered almost $20,000.
Institutional supplies.
16 something.
What does it cost to operate that place? That's how many dollars they're gonna need.
Gone. I have a question.
So you go line by line on this, which is fine with me. Or I made that suggestion to adopt for jail only, the amounts for last year. And that moves the ball into next year. If there were really numbers that needed to be done, then they were gonna come back to the council. Or, because you know they're not gonna run out of money in February and March of next year. They're gonna have, and see what you're trending. And you know what this comes back to? Let me get this on the broad range. This comes back to there's a virus on and revenues are supposed to be down. Now, everybody says we're not. Okay. I don't know.
Well, I can tell you because of a virus, our revenues have gone up. I mean, not gone up, but our costs have gone up, probably in the jail.
Okay, all right, so if our costs come up, then what exactly do we have to do? This is it. So
What
they
will-
need additional costs to do what the county must do.
Okay, but what if the virus carries over into January, February, March of next
Guarantee
year?
What if it
it's going
does?
to. No, it-
What if we don't have the money to do it?
Well, that would be a
Because
good question, wouldn't it?
Because we kept the budget at 2020.
That would be a real good question.
Well, we have, in other cases, said that's a what if, and as long as we think we're, that broadly we'd have money in the budget to address that if it happens, then we wait and see if it happens. That's before I left the room for another meeting. I thought that was what we were talking about with EMA, for example. In terms, and we're gonna get coverage are we gonna get CARES money for the jail?
Bless you.
We have nothing so far. Or we got $1,000 worth, yeah.
Okay.
Which by adopting the budget
I haven't
as
officially
requested,
done that yet. Oh. Oh, you mean, I thought you meant if we've taken some out of this budget. I'm like, I didn't think officially did that. You're talking about what they currently have. I got you now.
I mean, if I understood the conversation before I left the room, and if I understand this conversation, we would not want to fund the budget for possible coronavirus-related expenses, because then if there's another program like there is now, we wouldn't be able to get that money because we'd be replacing am I understanding all that correctly?
yeah, we know that, but If it's just
We
$1,000
talked about
that's-
that, and that's in any of these things in reference to some of their institutional supplies, and if they could be covered if it wasn't in the annual budget, yeah. That seems to be a question that was not able to be addressed or answered with any certainty. I mean, not even yeah. I mean, it could be. We would, the only, well, you know what? That might be something that that was defensible if the budget was a well, that's if you budget it the same, you haven't changed it, you haven't deleted to try to take advantage of it. You dump everything over on CARES and hope you get it. And if you don't, you got to fund it yourself.
I don't know if we can adopt the budget on hope. Hope that if we get it, I mean, no matter what, we still got to pay our bill.
Well, we're going to pay our bills. We're going to pay our bills.
Can you allocate it in a way that you could define it as associated with a projection for possible COVID-19 related expenses, and then if it's not being spent on that, it can't be spent on other things, and if there's a surplus because we get other, that would put it in the budget? Okay,
That's kind of a stretch.
yeah, I took a shot.
I tried.
It's kind of a stretch. That's why I said, once we allocate this way, then it's allocated, it's
Done
done, it's,
deal.
and you know, all these things need to be addressed, I'm sure. I mean, I don't have any problem with that.
I'll just go ahead and make a move real quick. If I wasn't here this morning, so I don't know what you guys have done, but if we do according to what we did on Monday and we went through this line by line and we cut some budgets, we cut some requests by $10,000 or $15,000. If you guys are open to do that, I'm open to do that. If not, let's just move on to something else and we'll come back to it later. Because we could spend all day on this and we're not going to get anywhere else. If we could get some smaller departments done and move on, then we can do that too.
I think we should deal with it, get it over with.
Or if we have the institutional supplies questions or things like that, we should get Charlie here and ask him those questions so he can nail it down for us, and then we can act on that. If you want to make an act on going on 2020, then we can act on that.
You think they can get by with what they had in 2020,
Personally,
personally? I don't either. I mean, then they spend their
There's just-
time
there's just
coming
so-
back here and.
and Mike, I respect everything you say because you've been on this council and have done budgets for years. But with such unknown things,
Oh, I'm wrong with it. You're saying
in
That they
such
need
an
an
unknown
increase,
in such an
period.
unknown time of where we are now, I would rather the money be there instead of coming back for an additional appropriation at this point,
okay.
rather than, doing 2020 and then keep having to tack on.
I mean, I feel like that we can reduce it a bit.
I think that even, dropping some of those things by $10,000 or $15,000 would still be sufficient enough for Charlie to be able to at least get a couple things done. And we can do this. It's the same thing with Parks Department. We can do this with. But I don't think it's completely fair to just take one whole budget, especially the biggest budget, and just make it 2020 and then move on.
And not even just about fair, but reasonable. I mean, it's probably not reasonable to, because they're already, the 2020 is the 2019 budget is the fact of the matter.
Well, that's why you're elected. Make a decision on it then. It doesn't matter, you know, I'm just, in the overall
I
picture.
just don't want to make a decision personally because of me. I want there to be a clear consensus on that we're,
Well,
as a committee, making
let's
the
do
right move to the full
repair
council.
equipment. Repair equipment that's reasonable. $5,000 to repair equipment, an increase is reasonable. Do you think? I do. Okay. And vehicles, a new vehicle, I don't know what that's about,
Actually, they're reducing that one
right? They knocked it down a couple $1,000.
because they got lease, so
They got all kinds of new cars, so they're good there. The contractual services, that was for,
contractual services, that's the one, the Edge IT, Raycom.
yeah, and the new radio stuff, they had, their Raycom was not compatible, they had to get new radios and new radio service. That's a pretty heavy lift right there, but it's what it is. They have to have radios. So I think we have to give them that.
In 2019, did they come back for an additional appropriation in 19? They have an adjusted budget in contractual services, but I don't know if it's,
Well, they must have.
I mean, it's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's like $220,000. They couldn't use. But part of it, if I'm on the right line, yeah. So in 19, it was adopted at 45. They spent 140, but the total budget was 300, almost 362,000. So that had to be an additional appropriation.
That explains
Well, how'd it
that.
get from 45 to 300?
316, 361.
So it must have been 18 they had a big appropriation, something. Somehow they've gotten a lot higher in contractual services. When they start out with a budget of 45,000, it ends up being 362,000. That was 18.
Jim, was there something that with the,
Yeah, on 19 it did, but I was talking on 18 it was 45,000. They got to 362, and then in 19 they're 46.5 and got to 266. Yeah, so I mean that had to be by additional appropriation.
Which is my point. They figured out how to pay for it. Once you put in the 300, they transfer them around. They pay their bill.
So in 20 they had 47,000. They encumbered somewhere around 56,000.
What-
And they've got to 103.
Put this in
What
at
if-
$2 billion.
What if we,
Don't fund any of these. They could figure out how to pay them.
what if, I'll let y'all deal with. What if we, I mean, if we go through the information that was provided to us, there are some things that are fairly concrete and others that are projections of possible need. What if we deal with the things that are concrete and then either advise them to come back on the other things with additional appropriations, or make some allowance for those increases that we think is judicious but may not meet what they've projected as a complete as a need. For example, in institutional supplies, they've said they need to replace mattresses every 2 years. The last time they did this was in 2018. They give us a price, they give us a number, and a total of $23,920. If we agree that that's their standard, then we might accept that as something it seems like they need to do this year or this next year. However, when it comes to rubber gloves, we might say, well, you know, maybe, maybe not, and not all of that. Is that something that would help us?
I don't know how you would differentiate what's concrete and what's not.
Well,
Because-
a contractual service is an increase in contractual service if they know that that's what's going to happen because that's what the vendor agreement says. That's concrete.
Yeah.
In my mind. So I'm trying to differentiate those things from those things that are more, well, we think it's going to happen at this level, therefore, and if it does, our cost is X. That's just a suggestion.
Cheryl, on the contract for the medical services, do you have the contract for prior years? 18 and 19? Because I know in 20 you said it's 811, right? Because in 19 it had to have been less than that because they only spent 718,000 all year. And they transferred out a lot.
You know, that's not even a
It was-
5%.
pardon me, what was
That's a
it?
lot more.
It was 811 and well then how did they only spend 19 they spent 718,000 and they encumbered 30. So even if you said 719 plus 30 you're only getting 749, which is not 811. No, the adopted budget was 900,000 for contract, they transferred out. But they only spent about 719,000. They expended 719, and then looks like they encumbered 30,000. So even if you say that's your cost, so I mean, that's 749,000. Yeah. But I guess my point is if, you look at that one, and that's where one of the big increases is 215,000 there, but if they've used it to transfer, cut that one to where it needs to be, bump the other ones up to where make sure they're realistic, and that'll alleviate some of the transfers, which will help them.
6 plus.
But if you look at this year, prorated
Mm-hmm.
it's spent 7.
That part makes no sense, because if you look at the last 2 years, if the contract stayed the same,
But remember, in that one, we're paying hospital bill,
65. 5.
I know, above what I'm saying, it doesn't, if the contract hasn't changed and they were paying less than the contract amount the last 2 years.
And
You says 811.
Cheryl, how much,
That's what I'm
How-
trying to get at though, but like, so 700,
$10,000 for
okay. So maybe they only encumbered 30,000 because they transferred out to other lines. Well, there's your answer. They transferred out to get what they needed, and then they turned around and they didn't pay their hospital bills or their contract.
five.
I mean, if you transferred what?
Well, yes and no. That's why I say we just,
I get that.
it's 15% increase, it's not 5%. It's 15% increase in budget.
I didn't know where you got your 5%. I didn't know where you got your 300,000.
I added up, I subtracted the difference between what we appropriated last year and the,
Well, you appropriated 5846, 5.846.
but I took it off every line.
I know, but I was looking at 6337 and
Oh, you were
5.8.
just looking at the end figure.
Yeah, so I mean it's 500,000 difference between.
Yeah, but that, you got payroll figured in your bottom line.
Yeah, it is, but so I didn't know where you got yours.
Well, we're working on 2s, 3s, and 4s.
Well, I'm just saying I didn't know where you got
Okay.
your number.
Well, that's where I got it. I got it of 2, 3s, and 4s. So in the cost of those things, no labor, because at some point, that's what we want to do, separate labor out. Think that's what everybody wants. Got a tag, got some fun. We hired people, cause that's one kind of thing below that was agreed on. So yeah, no, 15%, that's what, increase in budget. That's pretty good. That's like Duke Energy.
maybe another way to look at this is to say, what have their real expenses been that they have been transferring money around to pay? Is their request this year against those real expenses? But let's be careful about funding something that is an exception, like one medical bill that's very sizable. Let's maybe not fund that as part of their budget because we don't know if they'll experience that again next year. So I don't know if I feel like funding medical expenses in case they have a big expenditure because they had one this year. I'm not sure how I feel about that. What's their run rate typically? If that makes any sense. Cheryl, I was going back to they asked for 900,000, they spent 720. I don't know if any of that 720 is above what they would typically have at this point because there was some large one medical expense in there.
I think a lot of it is because they didn't pay their monthly contract.
Because they were transferring stuff around, the conversation y'all
Yes,
just had.
because that's what
Well,
they said in February they paid 4 months worth.
Okay. I thought Cheryl had said there was one bill that,
Well, there is one.
I didn't know how big it was.
Yeah, I don't know
So-
that either. But you figure they paid almost $280,000 in February for contracts, and which is normally 67 and some change or whatever it was.
So is a supposition that they ran out of money at the end of the year?
Well, they did because they transferred it out. I think if they wouldn't have transferred it out to contracts, you know, they may have been able to pay their medical bills, but they transferred it out to pay contracts and then got themselves in bind and said, oh, we'll hold off on the medical bills.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And then they turned
So
around.
it's a
and
it's a
now
cost.
in 2020, we're paying a lot of 2019 bills. And they only had 30,000 to encumber. That's all the balance they had remaining, so
Okay.
apparently they had
All right. Well, now we're getting down to it.
$280,000 worth of bills and only had 30,000 to encumber.
So is this a more realistic schedule then?
Well, I think that I think if you took the 811 and figured out what you wanted to appropriate on top of that, and understand that in 2020, you may have to get them caught up and keep them, you know, you pay this contract first before you enter into any other contract. And I don't know what contracts they went in 18 and when they went through and increased their contractual services. I don't know what it was they did. You'd have to go back and look at why they transferred so much to that line. Was it something that was necessary? Was it something that had something to do with IT? Because all of a sudden they decided to go to the sheriff's department in 2015, 16, whenever it was. They decided to defect from the county IT, and they did that, and then all of a sudden all these bills start showing up. Oh, we've got to pay Edge IT for this, and we've got to pay Edge IT for that. And then you go look in the 911 bill, and it's in there, and then, the budget's in there. And if you go look in EMA, it's in there. You've got it in the sheriff's budget, you've got it in the jail budget. So them going to their own IT server back in the day is costing the county still. You've incurred costs and you're still funding an IT department. Is that locked?
So,
They made it work at the time, but now
right.
they're caught.
Well, you know, it's the cost to operate in the jail. Again, that's what we got to do. So, if by adopting the 19 budget for 20, put them short by, what'd you say, 4 months?
Well, that's what she said, but, I mean, maybe the thing of it is,
$260-some thousand.
you determine what's realistic, and get with them, determine what's realistic for 2021, catch them up in 2020 and say, pay your dang bills. Don't leave those people hanging out there.
I think so.
Well, but they've spent 700,
Well, if you said that they met in February, so they get,
but they won't have enough to pay their contractual services this year.
this year either.
So they're gonna carry it over to next year, and that's what's there
That's
for.
not good. I mean, they should just come and get some money and pay it.
And then you could set
Walk on.
2020, 2021
They
at a
don't know what they
realistic
need to run
amount.
their department.
But we may wanna consider bumping up the appropriation for the general
I
fund,
mean, they're asking for what they need. That's what they're
the
doing.
additional appropriation.
Well, that's
But
all
they're
I'm
asking
asking.
to correct a
So
problem
now
in
we know the
2020
rest,
with
as Paul Harvey
2021.
says, now we know the rest of the story.
And
This is what they're asking for, what they need to operate.
so if this is what they need to operate, then that's what we got to budget. Then we got to figure out where to get the money.
I think you need
Well,
to
I think we
determine,
know the answer to that.
do you wanna
Couple
set,
of
do you wanna correct the 2020 problem in 2020 or 2021?
I mean, I don't know why we wouldn't correct it now. I mean, because we're looking forward to the future of just completely moving away from that shoddy building and being done with it to a new facility where hopefully we're gonna start using some of the tax dollars that we raised to cover all that stuff.
Where's Sheldon Cooper?
I heard
Where's
you.
Linda?
I'm not.
Me too.
Bazinga?
Bazinga.
Well, just curiously, when you said you paid 4 months for $267,000, and I figured up the difference here on what their proposed was and came up with, what did I say, about 311. I'm within about 50,000 of what they proposed for a realistic budget. So they needed it for 20 as well. You comfortable with that? That make any sense?
Kinda.
Have we delved into it enough to find it?
Figure them out.
You feel like we found the money? Not sure yet?
Say that again. Go
Or
through,
you feel
go
like
through.
we found
No,
where the
no,
money
go,
went?
go through your rationale there,
Well,
please.
they said there was like 4 months, was it 4 months or 2 months, or 3 months?
Well, 4 months were paid, was
4
three of
months,
them would have been.
67,000 fees for medical. 4 months back paid in February of this year. So they didn't have. Yeah. So okay. So when we include February, well, what I'm saying is the difference between 2020 and what they'd like for 2021 is about $300,000. So we're getting pretty close to where the money went. I'm
But if
thinking.
you even look at the difference in the request between 2020 and 2021, it's about the equivalent of the 3 months that they paid.
There you go. So we shorted them last year. It kind of looks like that.
No,
No.
they transferred it out.
Yeah, they transferred, so we didn't short them either.
But they didn't have it to pay, and
Well, they transferred it out to utilize it for something else at the
But they
time,
used it
and
for
then
okay. All right.
so the question remains: do you want to fix this in 2020 or 2021?
You fix it now because there's too many unknowns for next year with revenues coming in
I mean,
currently.
the end result on the budget is the same. It's just other than you're getting your bills paid in the proper year. Because otherwise, you're going to have 3 months in arrear that,
all the time.
yeah, it's going to be ongoing.
Sounds like the coroner's office used to.
And the other thing is if you get comfortable with that 115,000 because you're planning on paying in arrears, then in 2022 it's like, oh, we didn't ask for an increase, we kept it the same.
Okay.
Do you want me to call Derek and work with them
I
on
mean,
that?
are we at a point to where we really need an explanation now?
No, I'm just saying, make
Just
sure
tell them to
it
ask
fixes
for
it.
it. And just put it on. Get their dang put in. Probably been doing it so long, they don't even know they need that.
So where are we at? I mean, are we
We're
back
waiting on a
to,
decision.
are we back to adopting 2019, 2020 and then them coming and asking for the money, or are we gonna move forward with this requested budget and be done? Or we can go line by line.
Or do you want me to have a discussion with the sheriff's office?
Well, like I say, I feel, so, I feel comfortable that we found where the additional request is at. I've told you the variations that can be in those lines from year to year. Tremendous variations, especially in contractual other and care of inmates. Those two line items can vary thousands and thousands of dollars. So, all things given the same, this looks pretty close, and they can transfer, and they will, manage their money. So, but I wanted to make sure and point out the obvious, but this is a lot of increase in budget. I mean, a big chunk. So is it gonna go up another $300,000 next year?
No, let's hope not.
We could adopt the requested budget this year at what they have requested and tell them, and next year we were not going to.
Yeah,
We're just going to
don't
adopt the
come
same
back.
budget.
Just don't even come back. This is all you ever get, stressed out.
All right, so are you comfortable with this budget as submitted then?
I am. I'm ready to move on.
You don't wanna fix 20.
I wouldn't fix the quantity.
No, I mean, Mike said as requested. So,
Well, now, hold on.
But
Let's not do something, let's have Calissa fix this with, Derek or whomever.
Well, we can see if we
understands what
can
it
do
is.
that.
You fix this and we're not gonna do anything with this yet,
Well, you're
okay?
gonna,
that's a long time.
Yeah. She's gonna fix,
Well-
get with Derek, fix this, and then we'll go back to this one.
I don't know, but it seems to me like we're getting paid for trying to figure out where $300,000 went.
Well, isn't this
I
money in here
would do
what you're
it
gonna
for
get?
this year and do it as additional appropriation for this year and be done with it, if that's what they need.
That's what we're looking at.
Worse, yeah.
And take it out of this. That's what we're doing, we're giving them the money to pay the bill that they put in,
The result's
money
the
in
same,
here.
but
but it will take it out of next year's budget.
well,
Isn't that right? That's right, yeah.
You don't think they're gonna be paying a bill from last year in February for $250,000-$260,000? Yeah, doing pretty good. Well, I like that idea. They're managing what they're doing, right?
So we just don't do anything with this right now until.
we can double check and make sure
Yeah.
what's
Double
going
check,
on.
make sure.
Now, do we wanna just, call this a day?
We'll call it a lunch break or something.
Now, we were gonna work this afternoon, she has to go. So, take mom some.
We don't get lunch. We can't come back from. Because the room is taken.
Yeah, for the next 2 days. The next 2 days, rooms. They're having square dance. Yeah,
Peter Bowl awards are fun. Apparently not.
I had a PETA Bowl hearing, it was in the assessor's office.
Well, there's social distancing and inter. That's not what I was told, so
By commissioners, by the assessor.
well, the assessor asked for the room with the commissioners. And the commissioners asked me. Well, if we're gonna go work through, I don't know.
Do we need Cheryl here to continue on in the afternoon?
Okay. Okay, so well, it's kind of a big budget. You know, I mean, it's, I don't know where you're gonna come up with another $300,000. I mean, that's a lot of money. So, the, well, why don't we see if we can get them to move? I mean, I just seems, you know, once in a while, we do something important. We only gotta have the room a few hours out of the whole damn year.
I'm just gonna tell you that I can't continue to come in here for 3 or 4 hours a day and then go back to work. So if you want to replace me with somebody else, you can. Or if we can get this knocked out in like 2 days straight instead of just coming in for 2 or 3 hours and leaving, that'd be super beneficial for me. If not, then might as well have Miss Spence Bennett or somebody who can come in that can be with all three or both of you at the same time.
And what was Cheryl's thing? She can't be here later today, or she has to leave? So she's out of here shortly. Is that what I'm hearing?
I have no clue.
Yeah, she's taking her mom somewhere. But she
She
wants
didn't
to be
say
here.
what time.
1:30, I think. What she said.
Okay. We're getting there quickly. Well, if Cheryl feel comfortable with it, I don't know why we can't go ahead and work this afternoon. I really don't. Because I don't mind sitting here and working through this. I mean, I do, but I don't. I'm like Chris, I'd like to get it done.
The adopted doesn't have to be done by Friday. It's the published amount. I don't know why you think that's what you want.
I'd like to continue to work through this afternoon here. We get some of this done. Well, we've got the, shouldn't have to enter it as we go.
So we take a break here.
Meeting recessed for
Recess till when?
till 1:30.
Till 1:30? We get a short one.